Good morning, everybody. Good morning. All right, Tracy, coming in hot. Love you here listening. I fucking miss you too, Tracy. DJ Night 2024. Let's see. We got Karen, Anissa, I love you. And thank you. 20 fucking memberships. Crazy. Let's see who else we got. And Kiki's Eye, Sassy Ann, Randomly Ash, I Dream of Genie, Perpetual, Tiny Dancer, and Crazy Nurse. Good morning, everybody. So we've got an action-packed live, okay? What's up, Jackie? Good morning. Listen, I have been since my last live, I've been looking into this guy. What's up, good Tiffany? Good morning. Karen, Matt, good morning. I have been looking into this guy, Brian Dunker. He has a channel on YouTube, Outlaw Reform Ministries. So he is a minister. And thanks to Oklahoma laws, he no longer has to register as a sex offender. Thank you, Tiny Dancer. Good morning, Quirky. Thank you for gifting the memberships. I appreciate you, Tiny Dancer. First of all, I have to figure out how the fuck he doesn't have to register. I'm shooketh. I am fucking shooketh. What's the point of getting a sentence and the judge says you need to register for the rest of your life if you could just move to another jurisdiction? Good morning, COVIDs. Yeah, Crazy Nurse. Exactly. He does not have to register. So there was a little truth when I showed him on my last live. There was a little truth that he was a juvenile offender. That is absolutely true. Here's the thing. I went to go looking for this guy and I was like searching his Facebook. He's got an Instagram. He's got everything. And then just by happenstance, he decides to share the playlist. I've watched almost the entire playlist like 4 times because I pulled up his charges and hearing his version of what happened and then the court's version. Of course, I don't have access to his juvenile records, but he shows it. So we have everything, just about. Except I'm struggling. His website is down, so I take it he didn't pay for it, but he absolutely does have a Facebook page for his ministry. And how, why, and what the fuck is up with the state of Oklahoma? Good morning, Ray. Oklahoma, I am shook it. So, the state of Oklahoma, what I'm thinking, which I cannot confirm, I'm thinking he found some type of loophole. But the issue is he says it for himself. You'll hear him say it. Good morning, Tracy. And thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. I didn't know if you heard me. I think, he talks about it, but he lies so damn much that I don't fucking know. I need to find the statute. I've looked up the statutes. I've read the sex offender registry. I guess I was naive to think that if a judge sentenced you, that even if you move to another state, that you would have to register. So, good morning, Bubblegum. Well, I don't know if this topic's going to make your day, but this is going to be a sick-ass topic, okay? pedophiles. There's only one cure for pedophiles. That is a lead salad. Fuck you, sue me. I don't care. He likes to play word games, and you'll hear that a lot. Like, I don't know. Okay, I've seen victim mentality, and I've seen people be like the perpetual victim in every situation. This guy takes the fucking cake. He is the victim of all victims. If I seen this guy, I would definitely beat his ass. Just his whiny demeanor and nature, but it's also that fucking weird ass passive aggressive, act only tough with women and kids bullshit. But the deal is, now that we're gonna play his old videos. Thank God he documented his own shit, so we're gonna see the evolution of fucking Super Predator. But let me read. Yeah, no, that's not the case. You're about to see it. So before I start with this guy, for whatever reason, this story that I'm gonna show you, it has bothered me since I heard about it. It's in the state of Oklahoma. It's a horrible case, and it just happened not that long ago. So y'all know I'm not a true crime channel, but this isn't about the crime, okay? I'm not covering the crime that I'm about to show you. I'm just showing, here we go again with another problem with the registry and how offenders need to register and past crimes. Because that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a man who is convicted sex offender and now moves to Oklahoma and doesn't have to register. I have a problem with that. I don't care if he was a juvenile offender or not. I don't care if he's committed enough, and that's the semantics word games he'll play. I've never convicted. He'll even say things like, I wasn't convicted. I pled guilty. There's a difference. Oh, and my dad made me plead guilty. No, there is no difference. The disposition is you're fucking guilty, you piece of shit. But those are the semantic word games he plays. You're going to hear him blame his dad. The thing is, yeah, I know this is right. I was gonna go live the other day about it because if you watched my last live, Lori Arnold popped up on this guy's live while I was live streaming it, and that's how I met her. Well, she has done a great job pointing some of these guys out, so I was kind of following up her research that she's done just to verify. I don't believe, like, if you're going to run with something, you better make sure. But I heard the guy admit to it himself. So I was like, okay, I can go ahead and stream this. And I did. Then the more I started to uncover, yeah. So let me read. Hi, Fool Me Once. I appreciate you for being here. Yeah, yeah. So oh yeah, I did have it up. Okay, let me read you his charges. One of the videos I am gonna play today, he goes over his juvenile record. So this is an adult record. I cannot access his juvenile, but he was nice enough to show us. Now you'll hear him talk about he's writing a book. Spoiler alert, he never wrote the fucking book. I've looked for it everywhere. Then when I was rewatching the video in the playlist, we have no access to the juvenile records. Nobody ever does. But he's kind enough to show them, so we'll actually see them. This guy's a fucking mess. Okay, so let me read you. I went ahead and put it all together on one. So in 2000, he got charged with indecency with a child, sexual contact. Sexual contact. That charge, he was 17 when he was charged. He was charged for doing this to his younger sister. And he names everybody. He doxes everybody. So just, it is what it is. October 9th, 2001, he got charged with theft. There's also a drug charge on here, but I think it got pled down. So all in this span of time, he got indecency with a child, drug charge, and theft. Okay, then there was traffic in 2003. I think it was a seatbelt. August 22nd, 2004, malicious injury to property. And I think he says this had to do with his sister, too. He ended up pleading guilty for that in September. He got a traffic warrant, failure to yield, and malicious injury to property. So they put out a warrant January 12th, 2005 for him on that one. Then March 3rd, 2005, he got failure to register as a sex offender. And I'm not looking at chat right now, but I will look. Hold on, Ash. It says that. And I'll explain that here in just a minute. I think I figured out why it says that. And he'll say, oh, no. She was only X. I think I figured out why it says that. But I'll show you in just a second. Okay, March 3rd, 2005. Failure to register as a sex offender. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll highlight that in just a minute. All right, March 4th, 2005. Oh, that was failure to register as a sex offender. Okay, May 26, 2005, he pled guilty to failure to register. I think he got like 3.5 years in prison for that one. Yep, failed to comply with sex offender registry. Failure to carry security verification. That was in August 9th, 2006. He got fugitive from justice October 30th, 2006. December 11th, 2006. Failure to register. He pled guilty May 1st, 2007. August 30th, 2010. Failure to carry security verification. August 30th, 2010. Yeah, he got 2 charges for failure to carry security verification. July 6, 2012, possession of a firearm. So he's a felon in possession of a firearm. Now, he says, and I'm sorry, I'm not looking at chat right now. He says, mind you, his girlfriend shot someone when this happened. His girl, and I didn't ever go back and listen to it, but I swear to God, he said he slipped up like he shot somebody. But his girlfriend shot an intruder. I don't know. I wasn't there. I haven't looked it up yet. He gives the town and says y'all can look it up. His girlfriend shot an intruder, and the cops came back days later and charged him with felon in possession of a firearm. I don't know. Because if I understand correctly, you can have a firearm in the house if it's locked away from whoever's a felon, if you have permission, I think. But every state is different. But yeah, he got charged felon in possession of a firearm. All right. This is a traffic in September 11th, 2018. Now, January 22nd, 2020. Violation of a protective order. Now, he also got charged with something else, but it didn't show up, so they might have dropped it. Let me, Tracy. Okay, let me scroll back up because I know I missed something. Thank you, Anissa. I appreciate you. Hi, Sheila D. Who else did I miss? Traders, how can I help you with legal research? I was a trial assistant for many years. Well, I pulled up, let me drop this link in the chat for you. This is a 50-state comparison of relief. This looks like a restoration of rights project, but I haven't read into this. And I don't know if this helps the pedophiles, but we should definitely put an end to that. I'm sorry, but if you have to register for the rest of your life, there should be no injunctive relief or any kind of relief whatsoever. But craziness, check out some of those statutes. I think we could definitely pull. Kansas has a great one. You register, that's it. And I don't think there's any out of state for the state of Kansas. I don't think I just briefly read it. I don't think there's any kind of relief for out of state registration. So that's the little part we're looking for, is the out of state portion. All of those states that allow out of state offenders to be, dropped off the registry, that's definitely an issue. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Altogether, I think he spent 3.5 years in prison. That was it. Except when he was a juvenile, but it's not clear how much time he spent, if any. Tracy. Driving down to Florida to pick up mom, but let me tell you, 3 weeks here has been hell. Freezing, got sick, and 2 trips to the vet already for the straight cat. I'm so sorry. Welcome to the cold. Yeah, it's been a crazy winter too. This is probably the worst winter you could pick because of this El Nino bullshit or whatever. This is probably the worst winter you could have picked to move. But good news is, this winter probably won't happen for like another 20 years. When I first moved to the state of Kansas, it was like this, like extremely weird. We had an ice storm. It was like negative 32. And listen, my winters were like 40 degrees in Las Vegas, Nevada. That was how I was born and raised. So I didn't have any kind of clothes. My jacket was like paper thin. I was not ready. Good morning, Figment. All right, let me get caught up on chat. Good morning, Rand. Al Capone. What else we got? Yes, that would be great. What state? He is in Oklahoma right now. Crazy Nurse, get my information from Anissa, and I can send you everything I have. Good morning, D Froggies. Fact. Good morning, Susan B. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. I will get the pervert. Like I mentioned, though. Hey, Rocco. Okay, I'm caught up with chat. Okay. So, like I mentioned, though. Okay, I read you his criminal charges. Now, like I said, he's about to tell you a whole different story. Luckily, he filmed his stupid ass. He is the biggest self-snitcher I've ever seen in my life. I believe in the judicial system, but I also do believe that it is very flawed. In this circumstance, he specifically says, now best believe I have it clipped, because what I want to do is like a call to action. Okay, I'm going to see if there's parallels between this story that I'm about to show you. I mean, look, we've got violating a protective order. Now, he violated a protective order in the state of Oklahoma. I'll show you also why that date is significant. So that was in 2020. He broke up. You're about to hear him. Suicide bait. So if suicide triggers you, or suicide baiting triggers you, you're going to want to skip the very first videos I show, because this man suicide baits for like 3 different episodes. He literally titled these videos that I'm about to show you like Sex Offender Part 1, Sex Offender Part 2. One of the videos is legitimately titled Sex Offender Mic Drop. I shit you not. So I want to read this story. Now, this is not him. Please know the story I'm about to read to you or scroll through. This is not Brian. Okay? This has nothing to do with Brian. But in my opinion, it does have to do with a very flawed registry. But my scope is only on out of state. So the problem with Brian is the statutes in the state of Oklahoma aren't strong enough to make out-of-state sex offenders continue to register. In the state of Oklahoma, if I understand correctly, if you get charged with a sex offender, but after 10 or 15 years, you have no traffic infractions, no criminal charges, no nothing, not a seatbelt ticket, not nothing. You can stop registering. You can petition to the governor to get an expungement to stop registering. That's a problem. And that's happening in the state of Oklahoma. Now, this is a separate issue, okay? And we're only going to spend a few minutes on this issue, but it's also an issue. And this case got national attention. Yeah, it does. Good morning, stage name. Okay, stage name. Listen, let me get off topic. I found the balloons and the air pump. So later today, expect a video. That's all I can say. I found them. I went through my closet yesterday and I set them aside, so I have it ready. I'm going to send you a video later. Good morning, Cheshire. Good morning, Pseudologia. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. Okay, so this story is not Brian, okay? Let me share my screen. But this, like I said, this is another story in the state of Oklahoma, and the issue is the registry. All right, let me make sure this is big enough. Okay. So, Oklahoma sex offender suspected of killing 6 was freed despite sex crime charges. Okay, let me scroll down. I won't be looking. Yes, Ran. Exactly. And listen, these people, like, once a pedo, always a pedo. I don't give a fuck if you've done your time. That's the one crime I'm going to judge you on. I don't care. So, how Jesse McFadden was allowed out of prison despite facing new sex crime charges is among the questions that may prompt state lawmakers to consider new legislation. Now, this just happened. Yeah, this is in Henrietta, Oklahoma. This was May 5th, 2023. Jesse McFadden, the convicted rapist who is believed to have killed his wife and 5 teenagers on his rural Oklahoma property before dying by suicide, was already in state prison in 2017 when he was charged with new sex crimes stemming from his alleged use of a contraband cell phone. But he was released in 2020, and his case languished in the court system for 2.5 years. On Monday, on the same day, he was scheduled to appear in a Muscogee County court for the start of a jury trial. Investigators looking for 2 missing teenagers who were last known to be with him executed a search warrant on his property. A local police chief said they made a grim discovery. Each of the 7 bodies were shot in the head with a 9mm pistol. The sudden tragedy and the chain of events that preceded it has victims' families and state lawmakers asking why McFadden was released if he was facing new sex crime charges allegedly committed while behind bars, while serving out a rape sentence, and if the deaths could have been prevented. There needs to be repercussions, and somebody needs to be held accountable. Justin Webster, the father of Ivy Webster, 14, who had been reported missing and was among the victims. They let a monster out. They did this. State Rep Scott Fetgatter, a Republican whose district includes the area south of Tulsa, where the killings occurred, said he hopes to introduce a bill this legislative session that would halt the release of inmates before they complete their sentences if they are accused of committing certain sex crimes, such as rape and child sex abuse, while incarcerated. At the end of the day, those 5 children that were murdered in my district should be alive today, and instead they're not. He said, Thursday, that's my priority. How do I keep this from ever happening again? McFadden was convicted in 2003 of first-degree rape and grand larceny and sentenced to 20 years in prison. In court documents, McFadden, in 20, told officials that he was strung out on dope, vodka, and had lost control of myself and raped a female friend. He also said he stole $80,000 from his grandfather's safe and blew it on drugs and unnecessary things. The female he raped was 17. He had tied her hands and feet to a bedpost, cut her shirt off with a knife, and threatened to use the knife on her if she didn't shut up, prosecutors said in a court filing. From 2004 to 2010, McFadden was cited 7 times for various infractions while in prison, including for having tobacco and engaging in sexual conduct with another inmate, according to his misconduct form. Then he was cited once in 2013 and again in 2016 for possessing a cell phone. In December 2016, an audit of the electronic device he allegedly was using revealed sexually themed conversations, videos, and pictures with a girl about 16 years old. An investigation by the State Department of Corrections led prosecutors in Muscogee County to bring charges of child pornography and soliciting sexual conduct communication with the minor. A preliminary hearing and a trial were rescheduled multiple times. In the meantime, McFadden was on course to be released under a state law that allows those who commit violent felonies to be set free after serving at least 85 of their sentence. Despite his history of misconduct, he was considered a level 4 inmate, reserved for those who meet their program requirements and maintain good personal hygiene and a satisfactory relationship with staff and others. Based on how much prison time he'd served, as well as time already served in the county jail, McFadden was eligible for release October 30th, 2020. After his release, he was arrested the following month on the new charges and jailed for 5 days before he was let go on a $25,000 bond. Kay Thompson, a Department of Corrections spokeswoman, said that even though he was charged while already in prison, he had not yet been convicted, and so he fit the criteria to be released. According to his prison record, he earned his high school equivalency diploma, completed a Bible correspondence course called A Country Called Heaven, and another 13-week course titled Cage Your Rage. Muscogee County District Attorney Larry Edwards did not immediately respond to a request for comment, but told the CBS affiliate KOTVDT in Tulsa that McFadden's case was beset by unexpected delays over the years, including one prosecutor leaving for a new job, another breaking her foot before a scheduled trial, and the COVID pandemic causing a widespread logjam in the legal system. When McFadden was released, he had technically completed his sentence and was not on probation, but he was still required to register as a sex offender for life and was checking in with the local sheriff's office every 90 days, as required according to the Department of Corrections. In addition, registered sex offenders can live with children. We have a big problem in the state of Oklahoma. So my issue was small. I started with Brian, separate issue, out of state, offended as a juvenile, but no longer has to register because he lives in the state of Oklahoma. In fact, you'll hear him say, I can't go home because I can only not register here in the state of Oklahoma. Yeah, it was huge. It was huge. Okay, so like I said, this is a whole different case. This is a whole, but you see the parallel I'm making. Oklahoma has a state problem with the sex offender criteria, registration, all of that. I do think that the state of Oklahoma definitely needs an overhaul. Good morning, Southern Girl. Definitely needs an overhaul. So what I feel like we could do is find a state that is really good, has really good legislation, and then use specific cases like this one or this guy that I'm about to show you, if he's good enough to really, blow the lid off. What's going to be jaw-dropping to get legislators off their ass and do what they're elected to do? I think that's where we're at with this. So definitely out of this is what I want to go forward with, is finding cases in the state of Oklahoma that unfortunately resulted in tragedy. We could put a little compilation together and then start tagging the shit out of Oklahoma people in the legislature, governor, mayors, whatever. Anybody in the state of Oklahoma, the representatives, Congress, and that's what we can kind of do. Good morning, sweet Melissa. Okay, so let me share. Let me shut this off. Shut this off. I got so many damn tabs open. First, I want to give you guys a little treat, okay? Before we get into the serious shit. Hi, Stasia. What's up, full grain light? Bad. Okay, here's the deal. Y'all ain't ready. So this guy, Brian Dunker, Mr. Minister from Outlaw Reform Ministries, which is what he's doing now. Listen, this guy is a pedo of all trades. Except that he starts all these things and never finishes a fucking thing. Like his book, like his music. Whatever else he tries to do, he does not accomplish. Everything you hear him say, so he's a total fucking grifter. He decided to join the People's Convoy. He got kicked out because they found out he was a sex offender. I actually have that vid. I don't have it. I'm trying to find the video where he gets kicked out because that's going to be fucking legendary. But I haven't found it yet. I might find it on another channel. I just haven't had time to look. He's a total fucking victim. He has a punchable face. Y'all ain't ready for this. But I was scouring the internet and I found his music. So he put out 16 songs. There's actually more. I found the playlist that's got all his music on it. So I'm about to share you his debut CD. Y'all ain't ready for this. That's all I can say. I'm going to play you this. So I'm about to put my fair use banner on. Now, I am using the criticism and commentary part of fair use. Fair use, fair use, fair use. Trigger warning, trigger warning. I think I deleted that off my damn what's up, Scorpion Queen, Susan B. I don't know if y'all are ready for this. All right. Trigger warning.
This interview left me speechless.
Y'all ain't ready.
It's bigger than natural selection and the theory of relativity.
Kicking up mud in more than my 4x4.
Kicking up mud in more than my 4x4.
See, I got a true story that's gonna leave some of you sore.
See, I got a true story that's gonna leave some of you sore.
Better get on your knees, repent and change.
Better get on your knees, repent and change.
Lest you leave this life with the same legacy.
Lest you leave this life, same legacy.
That my old man left when he went to his grave.
That my old man left when he went to his grave.
So here the story goes. Here the story goes. The story goes.
My father was an abuser, a scammer. He was a cheat, but he was no panhandler. He was a druggie, a pill popper that is, and a mistress, the ultimate kiss. Yet also preaching God, what a hypocrite. He He tried to teach us right and wrong, but how do you teach right and wrong when you're holding fire to that spoon or talking on the phone? Your sack is, I don't know when I do, but he didn't always drink. But when he did, a belt pulled a shoe, well, it didn't matter to him. He was coming with a vengeance, there was no getting out of his way. He needed a life sentence instead of freedom till his grave. Worst part was watching them beat on my mama. Now she's so emotionally scarred that she can't bear the sight or voice of her own children. I swore at 15 that I'd never be like him. I changed the course of destiny, I'd be the change among men. But I slipped, stumbled, and fell. It hasn't been an easy road, trying to learn myself all the things he should have taught and shown. But overall, I'm proud of myself. I'm an overcomer. Only by grace have I gotten past my hurts and forgiven my own mother. See, many would ask, why did she stay with him for 23 years till he met his doom, instead of ripping off the fear mask and protecting her children from the handle with that broom? Well, I understand that some women are just weak. I understand how much fear can protrude from an evil man. Fact is, we all survived, so where do we go from here in this crazy life? Well, I'm kicking up mud in more than my 4x4. I'm kicking up mud in this life, and I will produce more than the abuser, the scammer, the cheat, and the manner. I'm gonna be faithful, no mistress. I'm not producing the ultimate diss. A cheating and a beating and preaching and being the ultimate hypocrite. I'm kicking up mud in more than my 4x4. I'm on these knees on this floor, continuously praising and praying, giving God the glory for getting past my raising. Kicking up mud in more than my 4x4, giving praise to my God and always striving for more. Better get on your knees, repent and change, lest you leave this life with the same legacy that my old man left when he went to his grave.
All right, your boy.
And there the story goes.
What the fuck? Yeah. That is the musical styling of Preacher Brian, the pedophile minister. He will bless you. He will bless you. Yeah. Amen, Underlight. Okay, Deb. So, failed author, failed music. Can I say singer? I don't know. I mean, he did put that track out. Good morning, cringe. It was bad. It was really fucking bad. But like I said, call to action would definitely be strengthening whatever processes are going wrong, like the criteria that these people have to meet. Definitely need to fix the out of state people. Making sure that out of state, when you have to register, I mean, what's the point of making these pedophiles register for life if you're going to let them off after 10 years? Now, in my opinion, it gets out that pedophiles don't have to register in the state of Oklahoma. Where do you think all the pedophiles are going to go? And I don't think anyone wants to put that burden on their state. But Oklahoma is becoming a haven, like I shared with that last story. I'm not blaming them, but had that man never have been, yeah, they definitely do. Oh, we got more. There's 16 tracks, and then I found a giant playlist because I was pissed. Okay, I was so pissed. I'm like, how dare you? You didn't put your book out. He said he wrote a book. Can't find the damn book, right? Because he never put it out. Then he's like, yeah, I made a CD. And I'm like, I need to hear this. Okay, so the girl. Traders. Let me see. What's up, Mr. A? Missed you. The same law firm I'm using in Rhode Island to remove the statute of limitations on crimes against children is the same one we're using for federal. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, exactly, full green light. But there is something that we can do here. We'll just have to look into how we even do it. But, it's better than just bitching about it. You know what I mean? At least we could bring awareness to it and then get with some people that know what they're doing. I think this is a pretty cool project to work on. I mean, all states. It shouldn't, any state for any crime, if you're on probation and you have to register, because some states even have I know not all, like the domestic violence registry, I didn't know that was even a thing, but some states do it. But if you move states and they don't have the registry, then you don't have to continue your registration. So I feel like those types of things, DV registration, sex offender registration, violent crime registration, however that works out, that should definitely be, okay, crazy nurse. Good morning, Rosie. Yeah, I think it's a good thing for us to spend our time on. I know for me, I used to waste a lot of time on drama, and I've kind of detoxed from YouTube for the last couple months. And so now I have a new set of downs, to at least spend my time a little wiser. Yeah, it's good to see you, Mr. A. Okay, so let's move on to Brian. Let me get the right screen. Okay, first I wanted to show you his page here on YouTube. So, like I said, and even I did look up his, I guess it's a non-profit he's got. I love you, Anissa. Have a good day at work. Okay, crazy nurse. That sounds good. Like I said, if we can get one state that we really like, then we could just start petitioning other states to carry the same thing. And when we start with a state, we can find cases that, if the statutes were stricter, they would have prevented a crime. And I know that's a good way for us to get awareness. Good morning, Yuri. Could be, Jackie. Absolutely could be. But I think, like I said, if we buckle down, pick a state that's got good statutes, then it's a blueprint for us. And then we find the right people. Because even if there are a few, it's easy when you're an outsider to not be swayed by local shit. So we just have to find local people to help push it in the area, which isn't hard with the internet. Especially there's so many people that from all over the country and all over the world. Oh, I love you. But yeah, this is Outlaw Reform Ministries. And like I said, he does have a registered nonprofit. I'd like to know how the fuck a sex offender can have a damn nonprofit church. I'd like to know that. But here we are. There's just so many things that I need to find the answers to, because the more I looked into this guy as, okay, is he telling the truth? Is there any truth? And I legitimately kept looking on the fact maybe he only committed this one crime as a juvenile, still gross, but is he not a predator? And then year after year after year after year, I watched his videos. I think the first one, I wrote it down somewhere. It is scary. He was involved. He is a grifter and still is a grifter. So he's got an extreme pattern of victim playing the victim, I mean, and then crying about everything in his little victim mentality game, right? And dry bags like a motherfucker. Well, because he joined the People's Convoy, he got funded. A guy even gave him a damn truck. And then they found out he was a registered sex offender, and they kicked him the fuck out. So messed up. I had one living down the street and no one here knew, and I'm across the street. Yes. That's the stuff I'm talking about. Like, there's so many things that need to be fixed. And that's, I mean, like I said, this is a good use of time. Everybody gives a shit about this. This is a thing that's so easy for people to get behind. And, you know, we cannot change the world, but we can change ourselves. And by reinstilling our energy and a drive into something useful, boom, we just accomplished something. Even if it's just getting the attention of local people to spark that fire. That's realistically all we need to do is spark a fire. And that's how change is done. And like I said, it's harder when you're an outsider to, you know, change a state law unless you have people that live there and are interested. And like I said, that story, the McFadden guy, Jesse McFadden, killed 7 people while he was charged with rape and getting ready to be charged with another sex crime. I'm going to tell you right now, the deep dive into that McFadden case, I would love to do that because if I remember correctly, he had the lady convinced that it's the same story all these predators tell. It's the same fucking story. They either say, my ex-wife had the girl lied. How many times have you heard a pedophile say, oh, it was during a custody dispute and my narcissistic ex, in fact, we heard Brian say that, I have a narcissistic ex. No, motherfucker, you're the narcissist, okay? I hate that word because so many people, everybody has narcissistic tendencies. I do. Everybody in this chat does. But being a full-blown narcissist, I don't even know one unless they're totally a fucking pedophile. That's a real narcissist. It's a fucking serious issue. And I think we water it down by calling everybody can be a narcissist in a way. What's up, Sage Warrior? Good morning, everybody. Okay, so this is Outlaw Reform Ministries. I know I keep getting off topic. Did I drop this in the chat? Again, I will be covering things today, commentary and criticism. Now, that is his YouTube channel. He grifted off. Does this show up? Okay, good. I don't know that I can make this any bigger, but I'll read it. Pastor and founder, Outlaw Reform Ministries and DBA. So, doing business as Convoy for Christ. So, he does have that registered. Like I said, he grifted off the People's Convoy, and he went to this last one in Texas, and they kicked his ass out. As soon, Lori Arnold, I will drop her link in a minute. She was in my last live, and she showed up there and got his ass. It was fucking priceless. All right. Songwriter. Now, we just played one of his songs. Teacher. Of course, he wants to put himself around kids. Inspirational speaker. Name one place you've had a fucking speech at, weirdo. I'll show you some of his sermons. They're gross, okay? Philanthropist. Entrepreneur and advocate for change within juvenile sex offender laws. With strong compassion for the outlaws, as in from the law of man or the laws of God, for the homeless, the hungry, the addicted, et al. Through the videos here, starting in 2011, you can watch one man's journey and development from lost wretch sinner to a sinner saved by grace, from a nobody to a somebody, only by the grace and mercies of God. Yeah. Like I said, this is his website, but it's down. And then this is his Facebook. Okay, so on one of his videos, he was removed from Facebook. I'll have to look. I haven't done a deep dive into the nonprofit yet. Yeah, everybody does absolutely have degrees of narcissism. That's about where I'm at with the deep dive. So what I'm going to bring today is his history, his charges, and his version, and then we're going to go farther. But I don't know how much of that I'll do live because it's totally, I need to know how the fuck you're allowed to be a minister. I guess anybody can start a nonprofit. I don't know. It's okay. Thank you, craziness. It's gross. But, oh, you know what? I think I do know when it was actually started. One second. I think I've got it right here, actually. Where did I see that? Oh, right here. I do have it, crazy nurse. I'm a liar. Okay, September 1st, 2021. Started working. Outlaw Reform Ministries, but you can double check that. And it's got the address. If you need it, I'll totally put it in the chat because it is public record. Yeah, September 1st. Thank you, Rosie. Okay, Kels. I will, let me click on the video. Oh my gosh. The rabies and the scabies? What the hell, Kel? Oh, I know, Susan. I know. Well, I did see one besides his mom. So let me frame this for you. If your dad, you know what? I'll wait till he tells the story because it's really hard to actually come out of my mouth. Okay, sweet Melissa. Oh. Okay. Now, here is, let me share this screen. Of course, everything's moving slow. Share this tab instead, and then we'll get to the videos here momentarily. So this is Outlaw Reform Ministries Facebook. Let me drop this link in the chat. Now, I interject that CBD, CBG oil tinctures are amazing for pain. Does anyone else use it? I highly recommend using it internally and externally. I use CBD for my pups every day. It actually does help prevent seizure conditions in dogs. I'm not a doctor. I'm not talking about humans. But the use of CBD in dogs every day does help ease seizure conditions. CBD is awesome. Okay, so this is Outlaw Reform Ministries Facebook page. He did say that he got kicked off Facebook because Facebook's terms of service, you cannot be a registered pedophile and have a Facebook page. So don't know how he got it back, but we'll have to find. Yeah, maybe this was a commercial break. We will have to figure out how. I think, again, he used this semantics bullshit, and he'll show, nuh-uh, I lived in the state of Oklahoma, and I don't have to register. Well, that's funny, dude. I could pull you up from when you had to register in Texas. And if I have anything to do with it, you will have to fucking register again, especially because you just got a protective order against you in 2020. All right, so Outlaw Reform Ministries is a place for refuge and reformation. This is the Facebook page. So you got all kinds kinds of posts. I guess this makes you a minister if you can share God posts. Peace isn't found in alcohol or a pill, it's found in Jesus. I believe he said he was saved in 2005, but those videos from 2011, they doesn't seem like he's saved. I think Jesus was still lost to him. So, and we read they can be around children. I read that on the Jesse McFadden's. So every time I see in the chat, how can they be around children? That's another thing. Your state may not have a state requirement to keep them away from children. That's fucking scary. That is fucking scary. I think it should be all across the board. Good morning, Dick Tim. I feel like it should be all across the board. If you're charged as a sex offender, period. No kids. That's like, it's disgusting. It's so hard to like deep dive into a fucking pedophile. Let me tell you right now. So that is his Outlaw Reform Ministries page. Now I want to show you his YouTube channel. I can shut. Let me stop sharing that. I'll exit that. And then we're going to watch some videos. Then we will go to his other Facebook because he's got quite the fucking history of being a fucking psychopath. He is a one-man protester. Even though he has a fucking violating a protection order, he somehow finds the way to play the victim. Okay. So this first video, yeah. This first video, this playlist, the story of a titled sex offender. So the date on this one is 2014. Nowhere to turn, at wit's end with life, crying out for help before it may be too late. Again, if you are triggered, listen, this guy is a suicide baiter. If you ever hear me say, when somebody's threatening to off themselves, go ahead and fucking do it. That's because they have a history of suicide baiting. Wrong or right, that's how I choose to handle that situation. I will not be making those remarks today, but no, I'm thinking it. Clearly, this piece of shit is still alive, so he uses the words, I committed suicide over and over again. No, you attempted suicide, you fucking idiot. You didn't commit anything. In fact, you've never committed to anything except crying like a bitch. So, if you are bothered by people that are suicide baiters, might come back in about 30 minutes because he's going to suicide bait, I think, for the first 3 videos, if not just the first 2. He's a piece of shit. Unfortunately, like I said, there is only one cure for sex offenders, and that is a lead fucking salad. All right. This, like I said, this is from 2014. He has a punchable fucking face, and this is going to be a rough listen. But I will interject some of his great musical stylings in between shitty-ass videos, so we can at least have something to laugh at, because this guy is a fucking pathetic piece of shit. All right.
Hi, my name is Brian Dunker. Y'all may say that's really crazy for me to put my last name on here, but hopefully by the time the end of this video comes around, you'll understand why I don't care. My life has no meaning. I do not fear death. See, when I was a juvenile, me and my 2 sisters, we experimented.
I forgot to also say He is about to, not really graphically, but describe how he got charged as a sex offender. He is about to say that he hurt his sister, but instead of saying that, he blames it on them and his dad. So you are going to hear a whole lot of victim blaming. The victim in this situation is the youngest sister. He does make allegations that the older sister was being molested by the dad. She in turn, and these are his allegations, she in turn molested him because she's 1 year older. He's 1 year younger. Then he in turn molested the younger sister who's about 4 years younger. So those are the allegations. Now, yeah, always the victim. Definitely punchable face. Now, I take those allegations pretty seriously. It's fucked up. His quest for, I'm not a pedophile, I swear. He really, if this is true, so casually talks about the rape of a baby being his older sister by the dad. He throws that around every chance he gets. Then, if she did act out her abuse on him, which is pretty fucking rare, but I don't know everyone in every situation. It's still pretty fucking rare for a girl to do it. If that is true, he blows the lid on that family's issues. And it's bullshit. He takes no fucking accountability whatsoever. And that is why he hasn't changed and he's not reformed. He will, as I showed you, or read you his criminal record, he has violated the law every 6 months to every year since 2000. He is a fucking criminal. Now, he does not have any sex offenses that we know of, but up until 2018, he wasn't allowed around kids. But now he's got kids all in his life. You'll see pictures of him with little girls. And clearly, family is not off limits to this guy because that's who he offended, was his family. So the fact that you would just fucking feed him children, now he has a son. And not only does he have a son, his son has Down syndrome. Okay, sweet Melissa. Yeah, exactly, full green light. So his son has Down syndrome. His son is very young. I'll probably skip through pictures of him, but he does come on video later. I usually don't show kids, but there's really not much I can do too much. But you are about to hear him victim blame. So I want to give you a fair warning. If you've got issues listening to things like that, or if you've got some kind of trauma, I totally get it. But he's going to periodically say this over and over again. It's fucking gross. It's cringe as fuck, but I'll let him say it in his own words.
Sexually with each other. It was all fondling. That's all it was. It was always consensual. There was never any penetration. It was just what you'd say discovery and exploration. Well, at about 15 and a half years old, I realized that what we had been doing was wrong. So I took my dad aside and I told him what had been going on. And he promised me that the only person he would ever tell was our mother. And one day he got, shortly after that, within a couple of weeks, he got mad at me. And he decided to tell the law. Well, I didn't know that I had broke the law, but I was arrested anyway. I mean, when I was doing it, I didn't even know there was anything wrong with it, let alone that it was illegal. Well, anyway, I got arrested. And then my dad told me that I was going to plead guilty because he didn't want to keep going to court and sitting in a courthouse. And so I pled guilty, and the judge sentenced me to 10 years on the sex offenders list. As an adult, I became homeless a couple of times, a few times. And so I had no address to register at. And so I went to jail on failure to register. I spent equivalent to 3.5 years of my adult life in prison for the failure to register. Then I find out 6 months. Then I find out that 6 months after the judge, or 6 months before the judge had sentenced me, that there was a new law went into effect that said anybody that was put on that list was on for life. Well, apparently the judge didn't know about it. So all of a sudden, I find out that my 10 years on the list is now a life sentence instead. I've been fired from a $20 an hour job because of this juvenile conviction. I've been beat, left for dead multiple times throughout the years because people just hear that I'm on the list and they don't know anything about the case. They don't care to know anything about it. They just hear the word sex offender with my name in a sentence, and they just decide to assume the worst and assume whatever they want to assume. In 2008, I filed a petition for executive clemency and was told by the Prison Review Board that they don't handle juvenile cases. And that's after I spent 6 solid months. I mean, almost every waking moment for 6 months I spent preparing that case. I did not have an attorney. I didn't have any of that. I did it all myself. And this ain't to mention that every time I've started to see a woman, as soon as I tell her about my juvenile past, she leaves. I've been on the brink of suicide time after time throughout the years because of this. I bought a shack in Oklahoma out in the country because I thought that I'd be safe out in the country, out in the middle of nowhere, where nobody knew me. And, where there wasn't hardly any neighbors. I didn't have to worry about much, I didn't think anyway. And, in this shack that I bought, didn't even have any running water, didn't have septic. All I had was electricity, but I thought that, that I'd be safer there, so I bought the place. But then 2 months later, I was awakened at 2:30 in the morning. There were 6 people outside my door complaining the car trouble and wanting to know if I could help them. So me being me, I decided to go out and help them. And when I came outside, they all attacked me, and they.
Good morning, Betty Boop. Good morning, Pollyanna. Yeah, exactly. Now, as much as he always, now you'll see in a video later, he's showing paperwork. So we do have that video. He shows juvenile paperwork, court paperwork, things like that. Where's the evidence? He's big on evidence. He started writing him a book. Now, he never finished it. He definitely didn't publish it. He did upload a Google Plus thing, but it's down. I tried to go to it. It's down, unfortunately, because he said he put his documents on there, and I wanted to review them. But no evidence whatsoever. Now, this guy shows everything like a badge of honor. Look at what these people did to me. Look at what these people did to me. On his Facebook page, everything. Badge of fucking honor. Where's it? An x-ray, a hospital bill, whatever. Nothing. So keep that exactly. Now, you're hearing, and you're going to hear in graphic detail in the next couple of videos, what his dad supposedly did to him. Excuse me. Let me ask you a question. If your dad severely beat your mom, raped your sister, caused your sister to rape you, and then you to rape your younger sister, that act in and of itself got you sent to a mental hospital, got you sent to jail for raping your sister, ruined your entire life because you had to register as a pedophile, then got you beat up like 6 strangers that never got charged or prosecuted or nothing. Would you turn around? So your dad, because he's the pinnacle of that, your dad is the reason all of those things occurred in your life. Would you get a tattoo? Yeah, exactly, full green light. Would you get a tattoo of your dad's name and birth year and death year? Would you? I don't think so. But guess who has a tattoo? If you look at his offender registration thing, you know how they have to list tattoos on his arm. He's got his dad's name and the year of his birth and the year of his death. I think it was 2003. So exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna say this is some bullshit. So I want you to keep that in mind. He, at the time of this video, has a tattoo of his dad. And his dad died in 2003, I think. So, kind of time to move on. No, he totally slanders his dad. I have a feeling that this is, one, somewhat the truth, or two, the most dysfunctional family I've ever seen. So either way we go. But you know how some people are absolutely just pathological liars? Because the trucker video from the People's Convoy, his mom's sitting next to him in that video. And he does not go into detail the way he does on other videos. So if we do show it, which I don't know that we will, I don't know how long we'll be here today. But the video where his mom is sitting next to him, he does talk about his pedophile charge, but he does not go into like super detail about the dad. So I don't know. I don't know what to think. I know what he did to his sister. That's what he's charged for. But the dad story, I don't know. And the way, good morning, Jesse. The way he has to blame everyone for everything, something's wrong.
Stomped me to the ground, and they stomped me and beat me, and they left me gasping for breath, and kept stomping even after they started making me gasp for breath. I don't know how many. Oh my gosh, I thought I was dead. Put it this way, that way. I thought I was dead.
I'd like to cash up those guys to do it
maybe
again.
6 months later, my house mysteriously catches fire.
Good morning, President
burns to the
Baskin.
ground. Of course, I have no insurance.
Yeah. This is the pedophile minister.
When I was in jail, one of the times, and it's happened. So this kind of thing has happened several times while I was in jail or prison or whatever. But one particular time that I was in jail, my cellie found out that about my charge, and he decided to beat me for about a half hour. He caught me off guard. I didn't even see it coming. He punched me, got me to the floor, and proceeded to beat me for about a half hour.
Beat him for about a half hour. Again, this guy likes to exaggerate. When I heard that, I was like, do what? You're also about to hear, I can't remember if it's on this video or not. Good morning, Marion. Yes, absolutely, Sage Warrior. Jesus said in Matthew 18:6, it would be better to have a millstone put around your neck and to be drowned in the sea than to harm a child. Even Jesus didn't play with his mess. Well, it's funny because he invokes God in everything he does to justify his actions, to say he's reborn, and to make you feel bad because God forgives all. No, no. Prove in the Bible where it says I have to forgive anybody, let alone a pedophile. Don't see it. Sure don't see it. But make sure you come to my house with your version so I can, read it with you. I think that would be great, Brian. Yeah. 30 minutes. Think about it. Boxing, ring fights, MMA fights, those are 3 minutes. 30 minutes, Brian. You're about to hear him, like I said, I don't know if it's this one or the next. He talks about one of his suicide attempts. You'll hear it. You'll hear it exactly, and I'll pause it. This guy, he tells some fucking whoppers.
And
Morning, Steve, my
I was
Bill.
almost leopard at that time also.
Okay, so what I'm thinking, all right, his paperwork says that the victim was 8 years old. So what I'm thinking is it started when she was 8 and he would have been 12. It didn't end till he was 17. So, because, yeah, he is a failure all the way around. He likes to say, oh, I got charged when I was 15. I don't know. He throws so many numbers around, but the documents say, or the charge says his victim was 8. He is 4 years older than his sister. So it had to have started when he was 12. She would have been 8. And then he was not charged till 2000 when he was 17. It was like a month before his 18th birthday. He was charged. So it went on. Yeah, he is the minister pedophile. That's what I'm going to call him. Outlaw Reform Ministries.
The jailer at that time,
Yep. And then has to live with him running his mouth about it on the
the
internet
jailer knew what had happened, but she decided
all
to
the
cover her
time.
by saying I tried to commit suicide. Well, the marks on my back and my body and everything, it was by them marks, it was obvious that it wasn't a suicide attempt. The marks couldn't have possibly happened by a suicide attempt. But she used that anyway, or tried to cover her tracks by that. Well, I ended up.
Again, he's alleging that the police in the prison that he was in covered up his assault by saying he had tried to commit suicide. He will always be the victim. Why would it matter if you're a prison guard or in the jail, whatever? What would it matter if he tried to commit suicide or got assaulted? It wouldn't. They were probably trying to put you in solitary, but as usual, you have to cry wolf and, let everybody know that you were yet again a victim. See, the system is always harassing me. They won't let me be a normal person. They keep violating my rights. It's the same shit. This guy never takes accountability, which lets me know all I need to, that he will never be reformed. Ever. He's not going to take accountability for anything. In fact, once we get up to 2021, he's still blaming everyone. Like I said, he has a violating a restraining order in 2020. Then he's in a custody dispute. You'll see him grift off that. He takes on this martyr role, like dads never get custody. Single dads are parents too. I need help. It's ridiculous. So he goes, right, nope. A lead salad. They can absolutely be reformed with a lead salad. What's up, Kathy B? I say, lead salad for all the pedophiles. I mean, it's catchy. All you can eat buffet.
up suing her and the inmate that had done this. But I got desperate for money by the time I was getting out of prison because I didn't have anywhere to go and I was scared.
What's up, Big
And
Brick?
so I settled out of court for $500 just so I had some getting out money. And so that was case closed on that one. But anyway, I just want to lie.
Now, I did
My father
not
was very
see.
abusive.
He's trying to say that he settled out of court. Has anybody heard? Okay. When I do my Google dorking search, all kinds of court cases come up. I was not able to verify that he sued the prison in any way, shape, or form. That's not how that works. And I've never heard of someone in prison suing the prison and getting the settlement before they walked out of that motherfucker. So you mean to tell me somehow for you, they sped it up so fast that a whole entire suit against the prison took 2 months, 3 months? That doesn't make any sense. Again, tall tales for everybody. It's the biggest bunch of bullshit. Anybody that believes this fucking clown, I have oceanfront property in Kansas. And just because I love you, I will only sell it to you for $10.5 million. I mean, that's a bargain. So if you believe this guy, I got you.
Man. And hence I never had a childhood. And any chance of a normal life as an adult was stripped away from me before I even became an adult. So I've just never had a normal life. Like I said though, I've been on the brink of suicide.
Thank you, Susan B. Shaking my head. I just got a whiff of fine fuckery. Amen. Okay. Now, trigger warning for the suicide baiting. It's about to go down. I mean, he's kind of already done it, but it gets real deep around here. It's about to get real bad. Like I said, he says she's asleep, Southern girl. She is passed out. She was up and down all night.
So many times, Now I finally have found the woman that I've been with for about a year now, and she left me once though because she said that she didn't think she could handle knowing that I was on the sex offenders list.
Yes.
She's got 2 kids that I'm trying to raise as my own, and so she was scared of them. She loves me with all her heart. She knows I'd never harm them kids in any way, shape.
Trigger warning. Listen, I never do trigger warnings, and I've done 15 today. This is the cleanest house, which actually he said this is a motel that he's in. He totally doxes himself on this video. Now, he said, I've been beat by 6 different people. No evidence to show that. But then doxes that he's what motel he's in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure nobody's beat your ass, but I would love to. I would absolutely. You're only a few hours from me. I would love to. I would love to. Please dox. But fuck it. I don't need you to dox. I am the master doxer. This is the cleanest house he's in. FYI. So enjoy this background. This is the cleanest house you'll see him in. Oh, yeah, he is like, I think he's had more girlfriends than I have. For real. This guy somehow, what is so appealing? What is so fucking appealing about dating a sex offender? I don't know. And the woman he's with now, guess what? Has kids. Yeah. And he's got 50-50 custody of his son with Down syndrome. Now, thanks to the state of Oklahoma, he doesn't have to register. And thanks to the state of Oklahoma, they let sex offenders around kids. So we definitely have a big problem with the laws in Oklahoma. It's a mess. It's a fucking disaster.
Performed, but she got scared and she left for about a month because of that. And I'm scared it's going to happen again. And one of these days, I used to have a gun, and because of everything that's happened to me, I felt like I needed protection. And well, when she left me, I've always been the type. There's other fishes in the sea, but after having so many women leave me, over the course of my life because of that, when they find out about it, and then to find this one, and she's with me for almost a year and then leaves, I was like, I'm done, and so I held the gun to my head for about a week straight, wouldn't take it away from my head, just laid in bed, didn't watch TV, didn't do nothing, didn't eat,
He said, I held a gun. Okay, remember, he got beat by his cellmate for 30 minutes straight. Even though professional boxers can only last 5 minutes, and some fat ass from Oklahoma prison, or I guess he would have been in Texas or Illinois at that time, some fat ass in a fucking prison cell beat him for 30 minutes straight? I think not. But just now, yes, just now, he says, I was suicidal. I used to have a gun, and I held that gun to my head for 7 days straight. I didn't do anything. I just held it to my head for 7 days straight. Then he doubles down and he says, I held it while I was watching TV. I held it while I was laying in my bed. Facts. I'm embarrassed. I know. What's the cash app? What's your inmate number? We can make this a thing. Yes, a week straight. So these are the tall tales this fucking clown ass bastard says. Now, I'm going to skip to the next video on this playlist. It's more of the same. I was just looking for that fucking part. So, this is Sex Offender Juvenile Crying Out video number 1 of 4. Oh, maybe this is 2012. Yeah, this is 2012. My bad. We will play part 2.
Making this video because one of these days, I don't know when, I don't know how long away it will be, whether it'll be today, next week, next month, or next year. But one of these days, either the Lord's going to take me, or I'm going to just finally get the nerve enough up to take my own life.
Failure.
And when I do, I probably won't leave a note. So this is my note.
Spoiler alert, piece of shit's still alive, unfortunately. But this, people, is his suicide note. So listen closely. Maybe he'll take some accountability, right? For his crime.
I've lived a pretty rough life. I was abused as a kid. Physically, mentally, emotionally. I remember one time my dad making me lay flat on my back.
Trigger warning.
Butt naked. And he took a leather belt to my private parts. I'll never forget that. It only happened once, but I'll never forget it.
P.S. Here he says in this one video, I want to say this is from 2014. Let me double check. Yeah, 9 years ago. I was charged at 15. I am now 30. My whole life I've been punished for a mistake I made when I was 15. It will never end till I die, so I am ready to die. Besides, for to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. At least I hope. February 25th, 2014.
I had to watch my sisters both and my mom all endure the physical and mental and emotional abuse that my dad put us all through.
Yeah,
When I
don't
was
let us keep you.
15 years old,
That's what I was getting ready to say. Also, he said, my dad hit me in the private parts with a belt. Except there, he says, it only happened one time, but I'll never forget it. Don't get me wrong. If that shit happened, I'd remember it too. But he cries about that incident a lot and makes it seem like it was repeated abuse of that nature over and over and over again for years. But just now, you heard, yeah, pull it, yeah. The Lord doesn't want him either. Thanks, God. But you leave this motherfucker with us. I mean, you've got the patience of a saint, Jesus, right? We don't. Help a brother out.
my dad forced me to plead guilty because he didn't want to keep going to court
Exactly.
with me. He made me plead guilty to sexual abuse charge, which the judge sentenced me to 10 years on the list. Come to find out, just a couple years ago, that when a judge sentenced me, some sort of new law went into effect 6 months before he sentenced me. They stated that anybody put on the list was on for life or something like that, so I'll never get off the list. Because of that list, I've been gang beat multiple times throughout the years and left
Now
for
it's
dead.
going beat.
I've endured homelessness, and during that homelessness, I didn't have a place to register a couple of times, and went to prison for it.
Hey,
Did
Lori.
9 months one time, did 2.5 years another.
It's good to see you, Lori. Yes, we are reviewing Mr. Brian Dunker, the pedophile preacher. Lori's the one I was telling y'all about earlier. She's the one that was on my last live when we were reviewing Brian, and then Lori came in at the end. Hey, no problem. Thank you. You've done a great job. So yeah, check Lori out. She does a good job. She tears these motherfuckers apart. It's fucking brilliant. Round of applause for Lori. But you will hear this common theme in this son of a bitch. He is like, oh, my whole life was ruined because I had to register. Yeah, you rock, Lori. No. You ruined your whole life because you raped your sister, you sick ass. Now, the Department of Corrections has the female listed as 8 years old, which means she endured the abuse from 8 years to when he went to jail when he was 17. He would have been 12 to 17 when he was raping his sister. That's a fucked up life. Now, she had to suffer through that, but he doesn't blame himself. He blames her. I'm sorry. He blames the sex offender registry. Well, last I checked, the sex offender registry didn't rape anybody. I just happened to be in the market for some new dirtbags to speak about, and I've retired from the others I used to do commentary on. I can't certainly give this loser a special episode. Yes, there's so many to choose from. There's so many. Yeah, he is always a fucking victim. It's fucking I should have been watching this. I've watched this playlist, not the whole thing, but watched most of it almost 4 fucking times. And then I went to the this guy has a People's Convoy playlist, and I was trying to find the video where he got kicked out, but I will find it. Yes, exactly. Okay, crisis fashion. I'll have to do that. I'm working on this one guy. Okay, if you're interested, it's his name is Rashad Jamal. I've been looking into this. Oh my god, this guy is insane. He's in prison right now. Again, another pedophile sex offender. It's a fucking crazy story. There's actually two of his followers murdered people. Two separate murders are linked to him, and four missing women right now, women and children, are linked to this guy and his spirituality movement. But he's in prison right now for raping his stepdaughter. So, pedophiles are like a dime a fucking dozen. Yes, agreed. Agreed. I would definitely love to give this man a lead salad.
Did a month in the county jail another time and had to plead guilty, even though I was innocent that time. But pled guilty and time served on that one. But I've been in and out of jail.
I could punch him in the face.
And because of it, because of that juvenile charge, because of the failure to register as an adult, was pegged as a felon and unable to carry a gun, which resulted in me catching a gun charge here about a year and a half ago. And January 8th of this year, I signed for 10 years probation. If I survive 10 years probation, it'd be a miracle. Not very many people can survive that long of probation.
I have never.
Throughout the years, every woman I've been with.
Okay. And listen, I don't like stock pedophiles. For real. Yeah, I think so. What story? Now, I've heard of several pedophiles getting Jeffrey Epstein in prison, right? Oops. They hung themselves. I've never heard of a pedophile not making it through their 10 years of probation. Could be wrong, Brian, but I'm going to call bullshit on your bullshit story. This, dude, I'm telling you. There is a lot of farmland cows in Oklahoma. It must be very slim pickings. Yes. Yes. Okay, so yeah. Now you catch the point. The story he's telling doesn't make sense. Come to find out, though. This son of a bitch wasn't registering when he was making these videos. Spoiler alert. Yes. Spoiler alert. The whole time this son of a bitch is crying about being on the registry, guess what? I want to say 2007. He didn't have to register anymore. Don't hold me to that number, but definitely this is 2014, I said. He wasn't registering. So there's that. He's a fucking liar.
Has eventually left me because of the juvenile past. And that includes Tanya. We was kind of forced to separate. The first time we broke up,
yep.
She said that she didn't think she could be with the man that was on that list. Then we got back together, and then that whole legal incident happened, and the courts made us separate.
Now, the courts made him separate. Have you ever in your life? No, he does. He has 50-50 custody, Susan. That's why I said we definitely have a call to action. I need to narrow this story down to put his charges together and then start tagging the legislators to figure out why the fuck in the state of Oklahoma he doesn't have to register, especially because he violated a protective order in 2020. That's a violent offense. Whether it's a misdemeanor or not, to get a restraining order or protective order, yeah, against the baby's mom. The 4-year-old might be 5 now with Down syndrome. You're good, Rosie. Yes, it is. It is. It is. Now, he was convicted in the state of Illinois. That judge passed the sentence for lifetime registration. He was 17 when he pled guilty. I don't know if he was charged as an adult or not because I would have to get my hands on the paperwork. He does show some shit, but I haven't slowed it down and really paid attention to exactly what he shows. There's some pretty gross shit that he shows. I mean, it's just court paperwork, but when you pause it, read it, I'm like, what? Yeah. Yep. So it is a call to action. We just need to condense this story and then tag some people in Oklahoma. But like I said, with that, what did I say? McFadden case, that's yet another registry issue. Those 7 people died. I'm not blaming lawmakers, but they did let him out. And he wasn't, he not only killed his family, he killed 2 neighbor girls too. He planned to kill all those kids. He planned to kill the wife. He got a whole bunch of drugs. There was other stuff there. And he raped them and killed them. So those all could have been prevented. This Brian, he's consistently trying to put himself with children. He's consistently blaming the registry for him having a bad life, not his own actions. Oh, I made one mistake. So, yeah, definitely. For sure. That would be great. Yeah, we're going to put it together. I know. It's ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous.
I found bliss for one short season in my life. That one short season was when I had Dunker's Trading Post opened up and was with Tanya.
No, he's freeing out right now.
Kids as my own. During that short season, I felt like I was on top of the world. I felt like I was accomplishing the American dream. I still have my posts on Facebook under my notes talking about it. And no, that's not weed I'm smoking. That's roll your own cigarettes. For anybody that don't know me, been smoking roll your own for years. I don't do drugs. Very, very seldomly drink. I'm pretty clean in that sense.
Maybe you need to do drugs.
You know, I've been pretty law-abiding throughout my life. I had one misdemeanor offense for busting out my sister's car.
No. He was convicted in the state of Illinois, but he found out by moving to Oklahoma that he doesn't have to register. So the issue, he still has the sentencing. He still has the sentencing that he has to lifetime register, but there's a loophole because his out-of-state conviction in the state of Oklahoma, if you're a juvenile offender, you don't have to register after so long, I believe. I have to double verify because what he says, the reasons he says, as you've heard, something ain't right. But that statute needs to be changed. It needs to follow the sentencing jurisdictions guidelines, period. I don't care what state you come from. So whether it was a juvenile offender or not, he was 17. So I'm sorry, that's not very juvenile. You're old enough to get drafted. That's some bullshit. I don't know why he got charged as a juvenile. Don't know. But he is supposed to register. His sentence from the original conviction in 2000 said lifetime registration. Yeah, there is a whole lot of something that's not right. Good morning, cracking asses. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Yeah, this is why I wanted to cover this, because there is, and there's so much more. Did you know that him and his girlfriend, oh, I did tell you guys, are involved in a shooting? I have to deep dive that too. I don't know if they killed someone. I believe they did. They said it was a home invasion or an armed robbery or some shit, but you can't trust this guy, so I have to deep dive into that shit too. He does give the location, and I know when he got charged with felon in possession. And would you believe he blames, instead of blaming himself for raping his sister, he blames the Flawed registry deal for his felon in possession. If I never would have got charged, if I never would have been in the registry, I wouldn't have got the felon in possession of a firearm. What? This guy, he will blame a fucking thumbtack, I swear to God, if it suits his purpose. Good morning, Crazy Acres. This is a crazy story. This is why y'all know I'm going to bring you the crazy shit. Yes. He is. Now you see why I have to bring this shit to you. It's ridiculous. This guy is so full of shit. I held a gun to my head for 7 days straight. I didn't put it down. 7 days. Bullshit.
Car windows one time, and not trying to make excuses,
Yes.
but
Yep.
my anger got the best of me because she was running her mouth.
Okay, Kathy.
And I think I had a public intoxication when I was like 17 or 18. And other than that, it's been failure to registers stemming from the juvenile case until this last charge for
I
possession
know,
of a
Susan.
firearm. But that even stems from the juvenile case. Because if I didn't have the juvenile case, I wouldn't have had the failure to registers as an adult. If I hadn't had the failure to registers as an adult, I'd have never been a convicted felon.
I told you.
And because I'm a convicted felon, I got charged with the possession of a firearm. So
Not because you raped your sister.
everything that has happened
right?
in my life, everything bad that has happened to me in my life has been a result stemming back to that juvenile offense. From being gang beat multiple times, to being imprisoned a couple of times, to be...
Never once did he say, because I raped my sister. No, that's not what he said. Because of this juvenile event, he says, I was gang beat.
To now being on 10 years probation, to losing every woman I've ever been with, and usually as soon as they...
See, I told you, this guy lies so much. He said he has to lifetime register. You heard that in the last video. Now it's just 10 years probation. Which one is it, jackass? See, he cannot stop fucking lying. This is all this guy does. He can't even keep his fucking story straight.
And all my women except for Tanya that I've ever been with, as soon as they find out about my charge, they're gone immediately.
With good reason.
Tanya was the only one that ever stuck around. And even her I couldn't hold on to because the courts said we couldn't.
Okay, cracking ass. No more. I know, Pollyanna.
I have no kids.
Oh, you shouldn't. You're a pedophile.
I'll never get to be a father.
You shouldn't, unfortunately.
If I was to ever by some chance have kids, I know that DHS would step in and tell me I couldn't have nothing to do with them. Because
unfortunately, we now know that that did not happen. So, remember, he said at the beginning of this video, this was his suicide letter. I wish.
I'll pass.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
And so, because of my juvenile past, I don't want to live. I do not want to live. There's nothing to live for. There's nothing in this life worth living for. Everything that I set out to do in this life gets demolished because of what happened to me as a juvenile.
Exactly.
Index, honestly. I'm leaning back in this chair and I fell over. When I fell over, oh,
Okay. So, as you can tell, it skipped to video 3. Yes, exactly. Like I mentioned, never once does he take accountability. Listen, I raped my sister. Unfortunately, the way I was raised, in the cycle of abuse I was in, it was acts that we all committed on each other, and I will never be the same because of what I did to my victim. Now, that something like that would say, okay, well, maybe that person absolutely did get trapped in the cycle of abuse, and look at them now, taking accountability. It will never happen. Good morning, JP Fluff. Good to see you. Yeah, the registry made me do it. So, as you can tell, this is video number 3 of I'm a fucking loser ass sex offender. He unfortunately did not kill himself, but maybe next time. Unfortunately, he's now done with the suicide attempts because he figured out how to start grifting. So there's always that. Thank you, YouTube, for making grifters great again. Okay, let me fix the volume on this video. Like I said, that first motel room was the best looking house he had.
all right. We are recording. Okay. I've been a little nervous. So I've been putting off this video because I don't ever script my videos. This video is going to be the 3rd video that I have created over the past 6 years in concerns to my being convicted and put on the sex offenders list as a juvenile. And I've slipped through the systems, and it's followed me into my adulthood. It's caused me so many problems. My first video explains it all, explains the story, and then you can also go to Google Plus. You can type my name in to the Google search bar and put Google Plus right next to it. I actually put the plus symbol instead of spelling the word out, and it'll bring me up, and you can click on it, and you can read my story on there. The story that of what's going on will also be in this book that I wrote. I've got to get it edited yet. I've got to find somebody to do that, and that's part of my part of the reasoning for this video here. This book, I've got on my cover a picture of myself, but a distorted me. You know, that just I don't know.
And spoiler alert, of course he didn't ever put the damn book out. JP, I said it wrong. Do you remember the guy from the trucker convoy that got confronted? This is him. This is just the whole ass story of the fucking pervert that showed up at the trucker convoy. I was like, yeah, it's a dude. I'm like, oh shit, it's the guy from last time. Whew, it's a lot.
Oh, makes it seem a little less personal, maybe. I don't know. And at the moment, I mean, it's subject to change because I don't, I mean, when it's edited and everything, but at the moment, I've just titled the book Abused and Then Marked for Life, a true story by Brian Dunker, which is me. In this book, I started out with 2 pieces of documentation proving that I was convicted as a juvenile, proving that as long as I live in the state of Oklahoma, I don't have to register. And then I go on to share parts of my childhood and my life.
There you have it. If I live in the state of Oklahoma, I do not have to register. And that's where the fucking problem lies. So we're going to do our best to fix that problem. And I'm sure if Oklahoma's like that, there's probably other states that are also like that. So that'd be a definitely good way for us to start and get some awareness on this issue. I did not think, like I said, another issue, he's got fucking kids living with him. But we read in that McFadden story, I think that was the guy's name, even if you're a convicted sex offender, you can have kids living with you unless you committed crimes against those specific children. So yeah, Oklahoma has big problems.
Story and how it's affected me as a child, how it's affected me as an adult, how I was abused as a child dramatically, so on and so forth. It's basically, this part of it's basically going to be what you'll read on Google Plus. Then I go on and I've created a lot of documents on my computer over the years. One of which was a will that I wrote out in 2014. I've been very, very suicidal on the brink so many times. I've tried and failed so many times, and you know, it is what it is. Now I'm at the point that I failed so many times that although I still feel that I want this body to be dead, I probably won't try suicide again. At least I don't have any plans of it right at the moment, or probably within the near future. But that's only simply because I failed so many times, and I'm just scared that I'll fail again. And all that ever happens when I fail is I, either up just in a bunch of pain, in a hospital and extremely embarrassed. Then I end up in a mental hospital sometimes, and it's just, anyway, I just failed too many times. Anyway, so in this book that I put together, I include sheriff's reports, reports that I've sent off to the FBI. I include I actually include information, at least in concerns to Illinois. And like I said, I'm still editing the book a bit, so I might end up adding some more information for those who's been convicted as a juvenile, but wasn't convicted in Illinois, or rather in another state. So we'll see if I can remember to do that before I have this book edited and printed and published. Yes, I smoke cigarettes. It's the only thing, the only vice I have in this life to give me a little peace of mind, I guess. I don't know, soothe the heartache or whatever. Anyway. So anyway, let's see. Then I go on and I provide a little bit of documentation from, I had sent off for information from ACLU, and let's see. I provide a newspaper article where me and the next lady I was with for 2 years was involved in a shooting. I include documentation to that, and so on and so forth. Then I go on to part of it is I've got an email in the book that shows that I've been permanently banned from Facebook. It says your account has, we've determined you are uneligible to use Facebook. Your account has been removed for violating Facebook sections of Facebook Statement of Rights and Responsibilities, section 4.6. And then I have a copy of the registration and account security page from Facebook that goes along with the email showing different things you can be violated for. And I've lit up in orange the number 6 there, where it says you will not use Facebook if you are a convicted sex offender. Well, in the state of Oklahoma, I'm not a convicted sex offender. I have every legal right to be on Facebook, but I have so many people that hate me because they don't understand my charge. If they don't hear my story, a lot of them don't care to, and so they've reported me just simply because of that label I have on me. I go on to I share, and this is all stuff that I've researched over time, because I mean everything in this book is who I have been, who I've transformed into, so on and so forth, who I've been over the years, at different points in times, and I mean I just keep it real and 100.
Good morning, Kink. Yeah, he keeps it real and 100, my asshole. Yes, convicted pedophiles should not have access to social media. And he does say at one point that he did get banned from Facebook the first time because he is a registered sex offender. somehow he has bypassed, now living in the state of Oklahoma where he's got this newfound fucking freedom. Unfortunately, I don't know if because he doesn't have to register there, somehow that made a difference to Facebook. But he said it is against terms of service for a registered sex offender to have a Facebook account. So it has been a minute. I don't know. But as far as I know, he does not have a Brian Dunker Facebook profile page. He does have an Outlaw Reform Ministries, but not the Brian Dunker. I did find a page that's Brian Dunker will not be silenced, but it's like a page. So, yes, he runs Outlaw Reform Ministries. He is the founder. So, it is a nonprofit, even. And Convoy for Christ. Dunker. Yes, there are. They're everywhere. It's shit ton. Not to mention, it's under fucking reported more than anybody. And so many states have statute of limitations. And you know, a lot of times victims don't come out till they're 30 when they were molested or raped as a child. So, it's a fucking disaster. What was his name? The famous guy, the diver, AWP or whatever. I don't know. I'm assuming so because he said he does have a home church. And on the last live I played, he tried to say he tried to get a background check and volunteer, and they told him no, no, because he was trying to volunteer to be around kids. But don't forget, he is a motivational speaker. I have his LinkedIn page up and ready for you guys to read and laugh. After this video, we're going to go over his Facebook that I've got pulled up, and we're going to show his LinkedIn page. This guy's a fucking clown, for real. It's ridiculous. I've been like watching him and researching him. I'm all the way up to about 2020. Well, I still want to look into the shooting. And then I want to look into his Convoy for Christ and his Outlaw Reform Ministries. And it's just a fucking shit show.
Here, and you know, one of the pages is titled "Reasons to Die and the Ridiculous Things People Say to Keep You from Killing Yourself," and then another one is "Ways to Die." Don't ever take that as me condoning anybody to go and killing themselves or using any of these methods. But I do include this in here. Yes, I'm a little fearful that, you know, somebody might actually try to use this and then come after me for that. And it's not so much that I'm worried about them coming after me. It's I don't want you to take your life because of something I said or wrote. Please don't ever do that. But at the same time, via this video, I am going to express that.
He currently lives in the state of Oklahoma.
That is not my intention. Anyway, and also this page of Ways to Die stuff that I got off of Google anyway. So it's not something that's original for me. Then after that, I go on to write or to share a bunch of poems that I've wrote over the years. One's called The True Friends.
See, I feel kind of mixed. Okay, here's why YouTube, Facebook. I feel kind of mixed about banning some of these people. Yes, people are gonna fall for their shit. Now, like I said, he's turned into a fucking grifter. He grifted to join the People's Convoy. They ended up giving him a truck. I don't know if he got to keep it, but I did watch a video on his playlist, the very last video on the Trucker TPC playlist. The guy Resto, which I talked about him in my last, not Resto or Chesto Resto, or whatever the fuck his name from Escape with Speakeasies. But one of his subs' name is Resto, and he funded the truck that he drove because I guess he was having transmission issues. The guy Resto brought him the truck for him to drive in the People's Convoy, but they kicked him out of the People's Convoy. This guy Resto, when I was live streaming last week, he turned around. I'm glad to see you, Tink. He turned around and funded. This guy, dipshit Brian, went live and is like, if you guys want me to go to Texas, you're going to need to fund me. So Resto did. And of course, he went down there, immediately got kicked out. He spent 5 minutes walking around the little parking lot where they were going to meet. The thing wasn't till 4. He got there at like 11. He spent the entire day there till almost dusk, crying and playing victim. I think I was live 5.5 hours, and all he did was cry and play victim. And I skipped through a lot of his whimpering. It was insane. Yes. I think they all have the same personality type, and it's scary. They're in every state, they're in everywhere. But Facebook removes you if you're a convicted sex offender. I feel dual on that because I like to see what they're doing, and if they're uploading, chances are they aren't hurting kids, you know? And then we can see what the fuck they're doing. But also it is torture because as I'm watching this freak be led around kids, it's like I cringe the entire time. So I feel kind of, there you are, Cats Meow. Love you, Midnight Black. Yes. That would be Resto. And that's the thing. The last convoy he was at, it's a family event. Why in the hell? Now, I didn't know much last week. That was the first time I met you, or I seen you. I seen this guy. I seen the guy in his chat. So I was more willing to give the benefit of the doubt. And I went into this deep dive on this guy with the thought, okay, let's prove he's innocent. Just, it's easier to research that way when you don't have a bias. I told myself, let's prove him innocent, right? No. In fact, it's quite the opposite. He's more than guilty. He has a very long rap sheet, and this Resto guy, hello, Colin. I'd have to look, Figment. I don't see any restrictions on it, but I definitely don't see it as kids. But there are some questionable video because he's always targeting you. He is always making his content suitable for kids. He wants to be a teacher. He wants to inject himself in kids' activities. On my last live, he wanted to volunteer specifically to work with the kids at his home church. So he's consistently trying to reach out to children. But this guy Resto was there. I have been busy. I've been working on this guy and this Rashad Jamal guy. I am so intrigued by both of these people. It's insane. But the last week, when Resto funded him to go, he also helped fund him for the People's Convoy. He knowingly has the background of Brian, that he is a convicted sex offender, and sent him twice now to a family event, a park full of kids. When he was at the People's Convoy, he's sleeping in a parking lot with a bunch of kids. Why? He's not a trucker. So why did he just put himself in the People's Convoy? Why did he just insert himself in this event? There has to be some motive. Grifting, he definitely came up with a financial motive. Exactly. Correct. Yes. I heard about the guy with the 1776 RMS outside of DC a couple years ago. Just if you're online, this is not, no, it's not a new problem. I think that's why when I see stuff like this, I definitely want to cover it, because this, when I first started in YouTube, This problem right here was rampant. So the true crime community, I was never a part of, but I kind of was on the outside with Ernie Shell, with, that whole situation. There was consistently, now, Ernie Shell covered Summer Wells at the time, which was a missing 5-year-old girl. And who else comes around then but pedophiles? This is a constant problem. And it seems like any kind of movement, especially anti-government, conspiracy, trauma, missing kids, somehow it's like a doorbell gets rang to all the fucking pedophiles online and they show up in droves. So I don't understand what the draw is, except triggered and emotional people make bad financial decisions. Thank you. Yeah. So financial, it's beneficial for, clearly, you're about to see, he's talking about his book that he's going to write. He just needs somebody to edit for him. If only I had an editor, I would have put my book out, right? You see the trend? The next episode, 4 of I'm a fucking whole ass pedophile, he becomes a songwriter and producer. Shit you not. I played one of his songs. And then, of course, if it wasn't for the music industry, I would be rich and successful. I lost everything. It's always this fault. It's always this fault. It's always, on and on and on. Financially, he doesn't want steady employment. He doesn't have steady relationships. He doesn't have steady income. He doesn't have steady housing. Everything is the registry's fault, not that he raped a little kid. So it's a consistent pattern. Money is a huge motivator. Now he's aligned himself. Well, if I wear the cloth, right? If I'm a man of God, I've got a fucking key to the door to sit at your table with your children. Because who seems to think, like, to me, I'm sorry, but I'm very spiritual. I believe in God, Jesus, all that. I'm not religious because I do think religion is a cult. All religions, all organized religions leave you susceptible. When somebody tells you you need to forgive pedophiles, I question their judgment. And that's a lot of organized religion. Oh, forgiveness. Forgiveness does not mean you associate with pedophiles. I want a background check on every motherfucker sitting in this congregation right now. That's the world I live in. There's probably a pedophile in here. Because they're attracted. I mean, who seems to think? Now, here's a perfect example of a minister that's a pedophile. He uses this, I'm reformed. He comes across as a drug addict, an old drug addict. He says he doesn't do drugs. I'm like, where's your teeth, dude? You've done something. Probably meth. They use God as a cover. And anyone who allows that to happen, now, they have a good heart because they believe everything that they're told. It's just how the world works. Religion sets you up to be scammed every fucking time because they let people like this in. And then they let people like this be ministers. And that's the problem. Yes. And if I can't see the background of everybody I'm around, now listen, some of you might be religious and I support your decision on your life path. But for me, I ain't trying to get scammed. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to sit in a place next to pedos. It's never going to happen. This is why my dad lives in Oklahoma. He was going to a church. Now, I'm gay. I came out when I was, 14? I'm 37. So he lives in he lives in Prague, Oklahoma. Prague. They call it Prague, but it's Prague. I don't care what anybody says. The church he attends does not believe in gay people. They, yeah, exactly, cracking asses. The church that he attends or did attend does not. The gays are going to hell. Blah 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 blah. You know, whatever. So, you know, I don't care what he does. I think he's an idiot. Anyway, my dad. So I was like, okay, I don't care. He's like, yeah, they passed gay marriage. My preacher said, if any gay people come to this podunk shithole church, right? I'm sure gay people are flocking in by the dozens for your preacher to marry them. Anyways, talks all this shit on homosexual people, right? Guess what? Yeah. I wore this hat every day for 5 fucking years, okay? It's a little rough. The preacher of my dad's church that hates homosexuals. Guess what he was doing with a girl? A young girl. In fact, like 14, 15, 16, paying her for sexual favors. So, being a homosexual, at the end of the day, definitely isn't a pedophile. But this is the state. These are the fucking weirdos that we're dealing with. Again, these people are backwards as fuck. That's why I don't fuck with religion. Because everywhere you turn, there's some weirdo pedophilia shit. The Bible Belt, it's also famous for 30-year-olds marrying 12-year-olds. What do you mean this is the Bible Belt? How many times have we heard about the age of consent being lowered in southern states or the Bible Belt states? How come the Bible Belt states the age of consent always being lowered? If you believe in God and Jesus, why are you marrying minors? Yeah, I'm sorry, Studiologia. Exactly, Kathy P. So, to me, no way. Spirituality, God, Bible, great. But again, if I have to listen to the Bible from this fool, and he does. My last live, he manipulated, I don't even know how many times he manipulated scripture to say that he was forgiven for being pedophile. You might be forgiven if you ever fucking took accountability for it. But as you can clearly say, yes, Sage Warrior. What's up, Pluck? I don't blame you. But again, that's your life path. I support y'all's decisions. But for me, now, this is why I'm not religious whatsoever. Facts. But, like I said, Bible Belt, how come you keep lowering the age of consent? Again, Oklahoma, I don't know if Oklahoma's part of the Bible Belt. I think it is. But very religious in that state. And once again, we've got some serious issues with the sex offender registry in the state of Oklahoma. To me, a very religious, conservative state should have the stiffest fucking penalty. The stiffest fucking. That's just my opinion. Because to me, conservatism, however you say that, and not raping kids should go fucking hand in hand, right? Family values, not raping your family, should definitely be at the top of that fucking list. But I guess I'm wrong. The world we live in is insane.
Way. Another one is Road to Success, Pay It Forward. Not a clue. Living Your Life. Lord, what has this world come to? Karma. Insanity Plea. Let's see. I'm skipping some of them. Let's see. Another one is I will lie awake and dream tonight. Oh, and this one's a very touching one. Well, they're all very touching, actually. You know, another one titled "Go Cry to the Whiskey."
Oh, if you want to hear these fantastic poems, there is a playlist on his channel where you can find "Go Cry to the Whiskey." I mean, Oklahoma is a scary state, really. It is. Oklahoma City was the strangest small town, big city I've ever been to. Oklahoma is so pretty. They have like this red dirt there. It's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful there, but yeah, it is fucking scary. Virgin Mobile, I'm dead.
Another one we can, let's see, amazing. We can now learn from dogs. And then I go on to share a few, just little notes I've jotted down of things that was just on my mind. You know, things to really be analyzed. You know, I mean, really, this book you could use this book for if you're some sort of teacher. I don't know. It's, you know, you can tell your students, hey, analyze this.
Good morning, Breed 5. Good to see you. Good morning, Siren.
Part. And let's see the different conclusions we can come up to as to what he might have been thinking when he wrote this. Then I go on to share some different beliefs. Let's see. Then I also include my entire juvenile rap sheet, which is 30 pages long, and you know, from that you can kind of deduce.
Like I said, his Google Plus is down. I tried to go to it, but there is a video I'm going to play in a little while, and he goes over his juvenile rap sheet.
Where I was at when everything went down, and the type of person my father was, the type of person I had become because of it. There's one deal on there on my rap sheet, a drug charge. That one was because I was I guess I don't know.
Okay, you've got to hear. This is probably the funniest version of how I got a drug charge. Are you guys ready for this? I don't think you're ready for this. You are about to find out how he got a drug charge. Listen, I went into this trying to prove him innocent. I thought, no way could this fine, upstanding gentleman, ever commit a crime, right? Except that when I watched him, he fucking already admitted to it. Oh, I'm not a pedophile for an hour, right? And then the guy's like, are you sure? Are you sure? Well, there was that time. Oh, it's over. Dude. He plays semantics. He blames everyone. He is a constant victim. Now, you are about to find out just how this idiot got a drug charge. And I totally believe this story. Totally believe it.
And I tried to kill myself. I thought drinking a whole bottle of Windex would help me to do that. Anyway, so I ended up down at interrogation room at the police station, and I'm leaning back. I'm kind of high off the Windex, honestly. I'm leaning back in this chair, and I fell over. When I fell over, something fell out from the chair, from underneath. Well, I didn't know what it was, but it turned out to be some sort of pipe with drugs in it. I don't know. I don't even remember what kind of drugs was, what their test came back as it was. But I was charged for that.
Okay. It's a little hard to hear. I just sped up a tad. That would definitely be interesting, Siren. Polygamy is, to me, and this is just my opinion because I'm fascinated by cults. To me, and this, I'm working on this Rashad Jamal right now, but it's such a crazy, complex story and all the side characters that I haven't put it out yet. I'm also working on the Kylie Rodney aftermath. This lady is still getting terrorized, but again, that is such a complex situation that I am like, I don't even know where to start covering this. So, a lot of crazy shit going on, and a lot of, at this point, it's psychosis. But I noticed cult type behavior, or cult leaders, I guess I can say. And again, I'm not a professional. I just look at shit, pick it apart and kind of see patterns. No profession. I'm not a professional. But it seems like whoever goes for polygamy ends up raping kids and killing people. I think polygamy is the gateway to pedophilia and murder in cults. It's the one thing they all start off with. They get 2 wives, and then they start having more wives and more. I don't know what it is. Bree. This is the stuff. Like I said, this is the stuff I like to focus on instead of the stupid little internet drama. I'm so over it. The Kingstons and the Warrens. I'll have to check that out. It is. It absolutely is. Oh, does she? For real? Yeah. Oh, once. I don't want to get too far in the weeds. This story made me gag. It was a cult out of Canada that no one ever heard of. And this channel, I wish I would remember what this channel is. This channel did an amazing job putting it together. They wrote books and everything off of it. I just don't remember for the life of me. All right, Midnight Black. Good morning, Sweet and Spice. Okay. I'll recap what this crack fucking dumbass just said. He tried to kill himself by drinking Windex. The Windex made him so drunk. He got drunk off the Windex because he was going to kill himself. But for real this time, right? But then got hauled into the police station for questioning. And because the Windex made him so drunk, he fell out of the chair in the interview room, right? I know. Oh, wow. That is insane. So because he was so drunk off the Windex, he fell over in the interrogation room and poof, a crack pipe fell out. Except that he doesn't know what drug it tested positive for, but he knows it was a pipe with drugs in it. And he was a young adolescent, freshly just raped someone, juvenile. And he thought to himself, I'm going to put this drug-smoking device, even though I've never done drugs before, ever, I'm going to put this drug-smoking device in my pocket and look at it later when I'm done with the police. Except that when the police came in to question him, they were like, hey, assume the position because we're going to search him. True story. That is the story that he just told on how he got his drug charge. Good morning, No Fear. Yes. Not all polygamists are pedos, but pedos are drawn to it. Amen. Okay. Moral of the story is don't try to kill yourself drinking Windex because then you'll get a drug charge.
Because that was the other thing, was I was charged with it because at that age I'm still neat. Okay, stick it in my pocket. I'll play with it later, look at it, whatever. And so they come in, and for whatever reason they decide to search me and find this pipe on me, and they're like, "Oh, so you've been doing drugs, huh?" What? Whatever. Anyway, so there's another charge on there for pinching my sister. That was another one of my dad's angles to get at me because at that point I had stopped letting him abuse me. Well, then I include I print out of all the comments on my first 2 YouTube videos in regards to this juvenile.
I put break food in my mess. I can stop whenever I want.
Sex offender thing. So for anybody who's commented on those two YouTube videos, you'll be able to find your screen name for YouTube within this book and the comments you've made. And just for the record, anybody who comments on this video as well, you are giving me authorization by commenting to use that in any future books or material I write or anything I do. And this, the stuff on YouTube, it's going to, I'm trying to think of the best way to word this, given that I don't script my videos out first. Basically, it's kind of like,
except that he got charged with, oh shit, what was it? It's not showing up on his adult charges. I think he covers it in the video I'll end with today. I just can't remember for the life of me if it was like DV battery. He got a whole ass charge out of this. So he pled guilty in 2000, but then he got a whole new set of charges. He shows the video I'll end with, he shows the charges. So for pinching, yeah. Yes, he does lives. He even does, you know, my favorite lives are sleep streams, right? He absolutely does do lives on his channel. Yeah, no doubt, Sweet Spice. For the record, I'm a recovering preacher's kid, very messed up and abusive, so I'm trying to find ways to help others now. Believe me, I get it. Good for you, Sage Warrior, and I'm sorry that happened to you. I think, you know what? Religion was our parents' generation, probably definitely your parents' generation. But learning to love, like, that's what Jesus came to the earth to teach us, right? The power of love. And not putting someone between, like, our spirituality, our God, and ourselves. So when we have a preacher, we legitimately go to them instead of just going to God. And I think that's the biggest difference between religion and spirituality. Not the book, not the Quran, not the Bible, not, you know, nothing like that. Because that's all good information. But learning to put someone, a third party, in your relationship with God, I think that's the biggest difference. And I think our generation will probably solve that issue, I hope. Not to mention those super pastors or mega church preachers. Holy shit. I seen a fucking elephant riding on the stage. An elephant. What in the hell? Whoever goes to church and thinks they're going to see an elephant on stage today, because that will happen at a mega church. Hold on, drinking Windex, boy, his stomach must be pretty clean. I bet he is letting bubbles out of his ass. I mean, maybe that was the pipe. Maybe he thought he could make bubbles with the pipe. Yes, bartender, I'll take a stiff Windex on the rocks. Blame it on the index, right? Stupid asshole. But yeah, that's how he got his drug charge. True story.
it's kind of like a petition for me, because this book, not only am I going to try to get this book published, but this book is going to be my second attempt for a petition of executive clemency to get a pardon or expungement. I'm hoping for an expungement, pardon, the hope and bang, get everything white clean is what I'm hoping for, because everything on my adult record, every felony on my adult record is to do with that juvenile charge, failure to register, and then because of catching a failure to register over this juvenile charge, that made me an adult felon. Well, by making me an adult felon, that gave the DA, when Tanya had to shoot that man on our property, even though it was self-defense, unfortunately, the first officer on scene happened to be related to the guy we shot.
Okay, I do have it sped up a tiny tad. Does he seem like he's on meth to you? He's blaming all of these things, including shooting a man. He just blamed shooting a man on his juvenile charges. Well, if I never would have got that juvenile charge, I never would have spent time in prison, and then that prison sentence led to the next prison, and then I never would have found that crack pipe and put it in my pocket, and then if I never would have got the juvenile charge and then the prison sentence and the failed to register and the crack pipe in my pocket, I never would have got shooting a man, even though it was self-defense, but we got charged with this, and then I got charged with a felon under possession. Bro, I'm going to need you to tone it down just a little bit. He straight up looks beady-eyed like a motherfucker. I didn't notice that in the last two videos. And he's a whole lot skinnier in this one. So, just a simple observation. I'm going to turn it to normal speed. But yeah, he just blames everything on his juvenile charge and being on the registry. I'm pretty sure I never heard of a registry raping someone.
And anyway, so she went to jail. Well, I kept going up to the DA's office and trying to figure things out. So then they decided, okay, we're going to get rid of this guy by putting him in jail as well. So they trumped up this possession of a firearm charge on me, which I didn't have possession of the firearm, but whatever, you know, is what it is. And so, anyway, now I have a felony on my adult record for possession of a firearm after former felony conviction. Well, this all stems back to that juvenile record. I don't have a felony one that on my record that doesn't stem back to that juvenile case. So in all reality, that juvenile case should have been squashed when I was a juvenile. Matter of fact, I found some documentation here a while back, but I can't find the paperwork where I found it, stating that when I turned 17 or 18, legally, if my attorney would have filled out some paperwork, it was like one document. All he had to do was fill it out, sign it, send it in. And by doing so, I wouldn't have ever had to register again once I turned 18. But
did anybody let him know? Yes. Yes, exactly. Why the fuck would anybody want to sleep with a pedophile either? I mean, what? Exactly, Tink. Does he realize? Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much how that works. Does he not realize? Listen, I do not support pedophiles. But if indeed there was a cycle of horrible sexual abuse in the house he grew up in, the father to the sister to him to the younger sister, and all in between, because he does later mention that there were multiple sexual situations going on in that household. If he did indeed grow up in that, taking accountability for his actions at that time and realizing, oh my God, that's disgusting, it was wrong. I don't know how I didn't know, but that was the norm in our household. When I realized it was wrong, I got help, I did this, I did that, and I'm so sorry. That's taking accountability, right? Which is the total opposite of every fucking thing he's doing. Everything in his life he's blaming on the juvenile charge. In fact, now we have a pattern. This video is the year 7 years ago. The date would be June 25th, 2016. So 16 years. 16 fucking years ago, he was charged with indecency with a child or some shit. Okay, he's had 16 years to think about his juvenile case. And this is the best he can fucking come up with. Yeah, it does. And I did turn it back to normal speed. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, there are some children who unfortunately go through this. Listen, if you grow up in a house and isolated, let's say, for instance, I'm not sure where it was in Illinois that he grew up. If you're isolated by an abusive father, you're not allowed out, you're not allowed to spend the night you're not around other children, it is very fucking possible that all the abuse in your house is all you ever knew. Especially when it's coming from the father to the sister. The sister, his word, is doing it to him. The sister's doing it to the younger sister. Now he follows the pattern because this is the abuse he's suffering through. There's many times that kids act out their abuse on others. This happens a lot in people that are getting abused. It is very possible that this happened. But what worries me more than anything is him never taking accountability for it. That is his entire problem. If he would actually have the moment. Exactly, Sage. Exactly. Exactly. That's it. That's all it is. I know, Kathy B. But yeah, if he's going to sit there on my last live, he had the nerve to throw it in people's faces. Do you not believe in God? Well, I'm paraphrasing. This isn't quite what he said. He did twist a lot of fucking scripture. He had the nerve. He said, God forgives. Are you a person of God? Because if so, you're supposed to forgive me. I did my time. No. I don't know if the Bible specifically talks about accountability, but I'm sure it does somewhere. I'm sure. It's all or nothing, dude. And you clearly are not following the good book. Okay? Clearly. So that's what he does. He twists scripture. He is absolutely the worst minister I have ever seen in my life. Yeah. Okay. Yes, absolutely. So he will, I'm sure, not like my coverage of him, which is totally fine. I'm not going to hound him, chase him down, and abuse him. I mean, not right now anyway. But the deal is, he does need to take fucking accountability. And I've showed you what 2012 was the first video, then 2014, this is 2016. So every 2 years, he's getting online crying about his life.
He did not file that paperwork. I was young. I didn't know anything of the law. I didn't know about that. And so I didn't know to ask him. Well, of course, now all these years later, it's too late. I can't go back and file that paperwork. It's past some sort of statute of limitations or something like that. I don't understand it. But anyway, so if that one piece of paper would have been filed, I wouldn't have a felony 1 on my adult record. If that paperwork would have been filed,
I'm glad your lawyer didn't file that paperwork. You still haven't learned your fucking lesson. And I'm not sure. I have not deep dived into his ministry. That will be the next thing I do.
filed, I wouldn't be plastered all over the internet as a sex offender. If that paperwork would have been filed, I wouldn't have had numerous attempts over the years on my life. Anyway, so going on, I gotta hurry up and cut this on short. There's a lot. There's like, my book is like 130 pages long as of the moment, and it's subject to change. You know.
Would love. I tried to find this, but it comes out. I think I found it in the comments that he never actually put it out.
To be lessened or added to. I still got to go through the editing process yet. We'll see how that goes. Really quickly, part of my inspiration for the book, aside from listening to encouraging advice from you good folks on YouTube who have just flooded me with love. You don't even know how much appreciation, how much it's meant to me to be flooded with so much love from perfect strangers. Honestly, when I posted these videos, I completely expected to get bombarded with negativity, with people telling me to go off myself and blah, 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 blah. Okay. I never expected to receive such encouragement, such love from completely strangers. So for that, I appreciate that so much. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to use, whether it does me any good or not, I'm going to use your comments, your love, as a part of my petition. For that to file for the second time for executive clemency. I don't know when I'll have the funds again to be able to do that, though. Anyway, the other point of encouragement was this book called Calling All Hearts, Child Abuse and Hope. The poetry is by Rodney Timms, okay? And he's 51 years, well, he was 51 years old when he wrote the book. He was extremely abused as a child as well. Let's see. Child abuse is a tragedy which impacts our country more deeply than people realize. Martina McBride, singer-songwriter, I guess signed off on this book as she having approved of the book. Anyway.
Hello, beloved ghost.
This particular book I was given by a couple, and I've lost contact with them, and I'm hoping to reestablish contact with them because I found some phone numbers within this book when I went back and started reading it again. But it's been a couple of 2-3 years ago since they give me this book. But this Rodney Timms, he is related to these people, and I never even realized it till today. I've had this book for a couple of years, and I picked it up and read bits and pieces of it off and on. But I guess my friends, since they're related to the guy that wrote the book, they got him to sign it for me. And anyway, that was kind of put a smile on my face when I opened that cover up and just happened to realize that this morning. But anyway, this book right here is a book of poetry. And the poetry that he shares in here is the same kind of stuff that I have written. But I didn't write my poetry based off of this book because a lot of it I had wrote before I even was given this book. Now, the encouragement I'm talking about due to this book, though, is the fact that I've been able to put this book together. My cover photo, it says, "I live in constant fear of retribution for an unjust label put on me when I was a child." And I'm holding this sign that says this, and so that's what the picture of for the cover photo. And then, of course, underneath is the title, Abused and Then Marked Alive, a true story by Brian Dunker. I want to encourage anyone who sees this video to share it. Share this video all over the internet. Share it, tweet it. You share it on Facebook, Instagram. I don't care. I need this video. I need it to go public. I mean, unlimited on funds. Because of everything that's happened, I've developed some.
Now, this is when you start to see the grifting escalate. This was my first noticeable grift. And then, oh, Susan. Fighting words. This is the first noticeable grift. So this was in 2016. It spills out to Facebook. I find it many posts on his Brian Dunker Will Not Be Silenced. And then the People's Convoy, he grifts. Resto, he gets quite a bit of money from. Then he turns around and gets funds the other day to show up at a rally where he's immediately met with force or words that offended him. And then he spends the entire day there crying in the parking lot. So the grift is real with this one.
Mental problems, ADHD, PTSD, PTSD extremely bad. And anyway, due to that and due to my criminal record now, it's been impossible for me to get work. So I'm actually on Social Security. And it takes everything I make every month to pay my bills. And
he's on Social Security. So as if, I'm sorry, but that burns my ass a tad. Not that I'm trying for Social Security or on it or anything. It's just, there are so many people, especially that I've met here, that are trying for disability, that deserve disability, that have worked and put into disability, and then they get hurt. And of course they get denied. But this fucking pedophile, who is a leech in the world, a parasite in society, I'm trying my best not to dehumanize him, because that never makes anything enjoyable. But he is an absolute leech on society. And what does he turn around to do? He's on Social Security, right? Turns around several years later, what, like 4 years later? Yeah, his kid's 4, and knocks a bitch up. Now, 16 years since his offense. But now 16 years. Yeah, you did. 16 years later, now he's got ADHD. Oh, is that why he's on meth? P.S. If you have ADHD, meth calms you down. Okay, Brian? Yeah. If you have ADHD, meth calms you down. I can tell by the looks of you, meth does not calm you down. Shut the fuck up with that ADHD nonsense. You want dope, okay? And you don't want to have to accidentally get some fentanyl in it, so you want pharmaceutical dope. Stop your bullshit. Oh, and now it's PTSD. Okay. Whatever. I bet he's on fucking, the amount of single men on welfare. I'm not talking about men that need help. There are some men, disabled, need help. But because of leeches, that absolutely can work. Look how dirty his hands are. Why doesn't he work? Facts. Facts, Susan. No, I'm letting him know if he had ADHD, meth would calm him down. Since he's so hyper right now, clearly he does not have ADHD. This guy's a fucking loser. As dirty as his hands are, I thought he was working. Nope.
And keep everything running properly in my home. Thank goodness the Lord has blessed me, and I do own my home outright now, and I do have another couple of nice vehicles, and I'm doing okay materialistically wise, but I don't have any money, unfortunately. Oh, and that's another thing I also included in the book is I just created a couple of days ago, I think it was the day before yesterday, I created a GoFundMe account. Oh, I can't find the paper the flyer here. Anyway, created a GoFundMe account, so you can find me on GoFundMe.com as well. Now, I'm going to close because I'm already up to 22 minutes. I'm going to close real quick with this. If you are an abused child currently going through abuse, okay, or you know of somebody who has been abused or is being abused and is still under the care of the abuser, there's a couple of different things you can do. Child Help USA National Child Abuse Hotline is 1-800-4-CHILD, 1-800-422-4639. 4453, or you can go to www.childhelpusa.org. In this book, there's a phone number and email address for Rodney Timms as well, and I'm actually going to try to contact this man. I don't know that I'll have any luck with it, but we're going to see. There's also the website www.callingallhearts.com. This particular book is published and out on the market, whereas mine isn't. So until I get mine out there, I encourage you to pick you up a copy.
Okay, so he just rambles on. There's one more in this 4-part series, and then there's a 5th video that I want to skip through because he shows his papers. But I wanted to take a little break. Now, he's a published author, right? I mean, this guy is a winner, okay? He's a famous author, as you see. He's a poet, and he didn't fucking know it, right? Now, you are about to find out in the 4th video that he is a producer, a singer, and a songwriter, okay? But let's have a little another sampling of his legendary fucking music, okay? I don't think you guys are ready for this. I do not think you guys are ready for this one. Yeah, he actually does. He does. Listen, I now want his autograph after this shit. Okay, y'all aren't ready. Let me make this as big as I can get it. Okay, listen, bathroom warning. If you have not peed, you might want to go do it. Okay, last time I'm going to warn you. You are not ready for this. I played a little bit of his music earlier. This is a remake. Okay, so this is not his original song, but he loves to practice. You are about to be captivated by the lyricist genius, Brian Dunker, Outlaw Reform Ministries, the pedophile minister.
So here to the fans. My cowboy hat and my cut-off shirt, sporting the blue jeans and boots as I smirk. Cause this redneck, country fried hillbilly, about to lay down a rap, and I ain't talking about the smokestack. I'm talking, ain't afraid what any of you say, cause I'm a man who takes a stand for who I am and what I believe in. Run your mouth, I'll put you on the ground, pick your back up and with love surround.
I'll be ready, boys.
I had to go to that place to get to this place. My demons I had to face, lest I walk as a disgrace. Now some of you will still be in that place. If you're trying to get out, just follow me, I'll get you there. Wait, not me, that ain't fair to the man in which we are to cast all our cares. Now you can try and read the lyrics off the page before the lyrics I even lay, but you won't take the steam out of these words before them I say. Cause ain't no way I'ma let you stop me from causing so much pain. As I say, what's on my mind today? Yeah, I'm talking to you, say. If I say I'ma do something, I do it. I don't give a blank what you think. I continue this for me, but I also continue this for thee. I'm talking about the P for society. You see, I don't care about the norms of society, nor how the he thinks they want to view me. So when society thinks it's stopping me, it don't matter, you see, cause I'm still gonna be what I set out to be. So you best believe, undoubtedly, All those who look down on me, I'm coming for thee. I'm tearing down your balcony. No ifs, no buts, I'm gunning for your soul. I'm coming, just thought I'd let you know. With the salary paid hourly, I'm coming for your soul, even if that means I have to continue working this ministry, yeah, even for free. Now you can bow out and give your life to Christ, or you can bow out and face that demise. Whichever comes first, for better or worse, I'm married to the game till I leave this earth. I got the urge to pull from the dirt, the whole universe till I leave in a hearse. I'm not afraid to take a stand, everybody come take my hand. We'll walk this road together through the storm, whatever weather, we stay tethered together. I'm letting you know that you're not alone. Holla if you feel like being down the same road. To the fans, I'll never let you down again. I'm back, that's a promise, that's a fact. And perhaps I ran myself into the ground, but relax, I ain't going back. So if you ain't down with that, all I'm trying to say is get back. Click, clack, before you catch some whiplash. Cause I ain't playing round, it's not a game. Don't play me for a clown. I'm way too up to back down now. I thought I had it all mapped out, but I guess I didn't. The stinking black cloud still tried to follow me around. But even I will still always be trying to figure this out till the day of the breaking of the eastern skies. I'm not afraid to take a stand. Everybody come take my hand. We'll walk this road together through the storm, whatever weather. We'll stay tethered together. I'm letting you know that you're not alone. Holler if you feel you've been down the same road. And then sing along with me as the story unfolds. Starting today, I'm breaking out of this cage. I'm standing up and I'm facing my demons this day. I'm manning up, I'm holding my ground. I'm heading up, I'm so fed up. Time to make life better, tearing myself together with like-minded Christians, no matter the weather. It's my decision to get clean. I'm doing it for me. Admittedly, I will probably slip, stumble, and fall repeatedly. But I will strive continually, even if sometimes only subliminally, so that I can come back and bring a new me.
Holler at your boy.
Living with Christ in the heavenlies, living with Christ for eternity. I'm so glad to now see.
Okay, we totally need to introduce him to Betty Watcham. I mean, right? Chewing on and on and on and on. We need Betty Watcham and Brian Dunker wrap off. Winner takes all. Winner takes all. Okay. So there's like 2 more minutes of that song. But I feel like we've heard. I mean, this guy is definitely a lyricist. Okay? Definitely. I am shook it. Okay. So this is part 4 of Imo Pedophile.com. I thought you guys would need a break from the victim blaming and blaming everything on the registry and, all that good stuff. You can't sing 'cause a dingo. I feel like I nailed it. If I was in the habit of parroting pedophiles, I would totally parody that shit. But parodying Betty Watcham was much better. I will gladly parody her rather than this guy. Not that I know of, but he does have a lot of different women that he dated in Oklahoma. So, now I know why. I guarantee it was the cowboy hat and the meth mouth and the rap music that he's writing. He said in this video, now, I was, yes, we will. Oh, in this video, he's about to talk about his lyrical career that he's now, because, finishing the book, because he was low on funds, right? That was out of the picture because he decided to become a songwriter and a producer. So I played one of his songs at the beginning of this live. No, he can't. He sure can't. Because I love you guys. Listen, I fucking find the rabbit holes of all rabbit holes. And then I got to torture y'all with the rabbit holes. The little hidden gems in the rabbit holes. That's what this is. Yeah, a loser rapper pedo. Hey, just like most of the men on YouTube. I mean, he fits right in. All right, so this is part 4 of I'm a Whole Ass Pedo series. Sex Offender. Video 4 of 4. So this one is 2018. Oh, we don't have a little description for this. All right. So I'm going to skip through this. This one's 33, but I really want to play that other video.
Maybe a little over, do a updated video to the original video in 2012.
So you got, let me recap. If you're just coming in, this is Brian Dunker. He is a minister with Outlaw Reform Ministries. I have not deep dived into the ministries. I know it's a registered nonprofit. Don't quote me. Or do they call it incorporated nonprofit? I'm not quite sure. I still have to deep dive into it. His criminal history is extensive, but it starts from his juvenile. He was born in 1983, so he got charged in 2000. His registration details say the girl, female, was 8 years old. Now, because juvenile records are closed, and I don't actually even know if he was charged as a juvenile or as an adult, there's still a lot more I need to look into. At the end of the day, he was having to register in Texas and in Illinois when he moved around, but then he got to Oklahoma and he doesn't have to register anymore because shitty Oklahoma law. So our call to action is, there's Anissa. Okay. Our call to action is definitely going through the Oklahoma laws that make it possible for a pedophile not to have to register when he was sentenced to a lifetime registration. He has an extensive criminal history, but not the worst. Except in 2020, he did get charged with violating a restraining order. Over the years, I think the first couple of years, after 2000, he got failure to register. He got felon in possession of a firearm, but really nothing up until 2020. I feel there is a very remarkable change in his behavior after this video. I just can't put my finger on it. Something's different. He should be getting better. His life started to change. He realized he didn't have to register anymore, which was well before, I want to say it was 2007 when he stopped having to register. Don't quote me. That's just my preliminary research that I'm doing. I don't know the first year he didn't have to register. I think my best guess is he stopped registering or having to register in 2007. By 2016, he was still crying about it. Still blaming everything bad that happened to him in his life on having to register. So here we are. What did I say? 2018. To me, there's a remarkable change. And then in the Brian I seen a week ago, and I feel like this is about where it starts, which his life should have been getting better. Oh, I missed what you said. I think it's the little girl, the little boy with Down syndrome, his son's baby's mom, but I have to deep dive into it yet. So I'm not 100% sure, but that I'm like 90% sure it's the kid that's got Down syndrome's mom. So what'd you say, Nessa? That's what I'm saying. I need to see Betty and Ham do a wrap up. Queuing on and on and on. Jump around, jump around, jump around. I need to make a fucking mix, okay? It needs to happen. I might work on that later today. So, yeah. In just my preliminary opinion, 2018 to 2011, that's when we first seen him, 2012, there was one type of person. He was super down on his luck, super defeated, kicked, almost like incel type, where they want to have a woman really bad, but they hate women at the same time kind of situation. But I feel like something seriously changed 2018 and up, and all the videos I've watched so far, and I'm trying to like cram as many as I can. But I wanted to rewatch several of these, and I did. I rewatched them all about 4 times to pick up all the little things, because there's something different, and I just can't put my finger on it. What did I say? He incorporated the ministry, both. Yeah, January 22nd, 2020, violation of a protective order. And I'm going to show you some videos here in a minute of some other alarming things that I saw. So he got 2012 was his last, and that's when he got felon in possession of a firearm. And he started his ministries in 2021, which also worries me. So let me play this video. This will catch us up to 2020. Then I'm going to start playing you a few things off Facebook 2021 before we go over the paperwork. There's something off. Again, this is just speculation. This is my opinion. I will make sure to differentiate when I'm just saying my opinion. The charges he pled guilty to are the ones I'm reading. They don't really show up after 7 years, 10 years, 5 years. The disposition shows a guilty plea on the charges that I read. Clearly, I didn't read his traffic offenses because it was failure to yield or failure to obey a traffic signal, and a seatbelt. Traffic, not that big of a deal. But I do feel he stayed out of trouble, except failure to register and felon in possession of a firearm. I think 2007, 2012, those were the big ones. But when you're on paper like that, it's kind of hard when you're clearly, like you said, homeless and bouncing around. But in my opinion, after this video and up, something changed. And like I said, in his personal life, he owned his home, he owned his vehicles. He's in a relationship in this video, a new relationship. He's starting to have kids around. Something's wrong. And I don't know if it was this relationship where it just kind of sent him over the edge. Maybe he really wanted her and he couldn't have her. I don't know. This is just guess. But now that I've brought it to you guys, maybe you can pick out something. It's totally different.
The sex offender issue. And I'm a little over the 2-year mark now. So I figured it's about time that I go ahead and
Yeah,
do
I'm
another
not
one,
sure.
update everybody on what's going on it. Well, let's see here. I got married April 15th, 2017. My wife lost her job immediately on the premises that she married without her workplace's permission. And in the paperwork and everything, it stated just that. Stated that they fired her because she married a known sex offender. She had worked this job for 14 years. She worked at a youth shelter.
Now, here we are again. Okay, and this is just a behavior pattern that I noticed with people with sex offender of children charges. Sometimes sex offenders marry women with kids to access the kids. Sometimes sex offenders marry a woman with a position such as teacher, such as youth counselor, social worker. It's they're living, I want to say, in Eufaula, which is extremely tiny town in Oklahoma. If not Eufaula, somewhere pretty close to there. It's to seek out the woman with a job like that, and this again, speculation, observation. This is not a fact. I don't know his motive. I don't know that he intentionally did. I just think it's kind of weird, but it's just something I noticed.
Well, they were worried about their image within the community.
Yeah, it's
And
consistent.
so they fired her for it. Well, they put the reason for firing her all in the paperwork and everything, and then turn around when she filed for her unemployment, tried to deny it.
And that's standard practice. And I don't know if Oklahoma has a right to work state or not, but standard practice, of course the company would deny you. That's not uncommon. And of course, unemployment would settle in your favor. There's no law that says you can't marry whatever, but it's common fucking sense. If you're a youth counselor or, you work with youth, what are you okay, you're in charge of kids who probably aren't in the greatest situation, right? A great target for a sex offender. Kids with traumatic upbringings, unfortunately, they're like a magnet to sex offenders and abusive people in their childhood and in their adult life. That's common sense. Someone that works with kids would know that, should know that. What is the judgment like of a person who works directly with youth in this capacity and then marries a fucking sex offender? If I had $1 for every time. Yeah, exactly. That's the hard part. Exactly. That's the hard part. Putting yourself in their shoes because we're not like them at all. Yes, absolutely. So he registered this ministry. How did he get it? I don't know. I guess I just assumed, but if you were establishing your own nonprofit, that's how you could do it. Because anyone can establish a nonprofit or a ministry and then secondarily make it a nonprofit. Anybody can set that up. It really wouldn't matter. But if you're the board, that's how you can have a sex offender as a minister. Yeah. I appreciate you, Pollyanna. How could she help kids abused while living with an abuser? Amen. That's what I'm saying. Her judgment now comes into question, which I know is absolutely why they immediately fired her, and with good reason. But yeah, unemployment would have absolutely settled in her favor. And see, he picks up on these things. The reason I spent so much time on it is that's common sense. Workers' comp, labor laws, right to work, whatever, has nothing to do with company policies that are important, but may not be lawful in a way where you wouldn't get compensation. I'm glad they chose to fire her.
Which was funny, but the unemployment hearing committee or whatever it is, they read right through that, and they just, they wouldn't have no part of it. They approved her immediately, so on and so forth. I've talked to one or two lawyers, and but it was over in the town where the main youth shelter is, because there's a few of them around this part.
Wow.
And I got the feeling that they had some connection with the youth shelter, and so I decided not to even go with them. But then I never did follow through and hire an attorney, so I still need to get that done before time runs out. But I don't know if I will or not. Moving on, the Lord blessed me with a trade deal, and I acquired a piece of property, and I was able to flip it and make a nice little chunk of change on it, enough that I was able to hire an attorney to reopen the juvenile case. What they're trying to do right now, and before I go any further, just for those of you who haven't watched any of the other videos, there is 3 other videos. There's one in 2012, one in 2014, one in 2016. Now this will be the 4th one here in 2018. Anyway, let's see, where was I here? Oh boy, give me a second. I kind of got ahead of myself here. Well, I'll just kind of start over a little bit. I've hired that's where I was. As a part of reopening the case, the first thing that the attorney is going to do is, that's what I was saying.
Oh my God.
For those of you who haven't watched any of my other videos, I have a label of a sex offender hanging over my head. However, it was all a juvenile matter. I'm not going to give the story again. I've given that story in previous videos.
Thank you, Juno.
But in the state of Oklahoma, being I was a juvenile, I do not have to register as a sex offender. I am not titled as a sex offender in Oklahoma. However, if a Google search is done on me, the label of sex offender does come up.
Because it's a fucking loophole that I intend on getting fixed. That is going to be my next mission. I'm definitely going to try. Now, I call bullshit. You see them throw in the money. Again, the grift was noticeable in 2016. That's what I felt from what I've seen. That's when it started to kick off. You notice he had set up a GoFundMe. Now, I was not able to find the GoFundMe. I think it's been removed. Because they can be deleted. I did one of my Google dorking searches, and I just need to keep going. This guy financially is benefiting off his grift. He's using anything he can to get there. He will start using his situation with when he leaves this lady right here. Facts. Absolutely. I definitely want to find a state with great statutes and then, just use that as a fucking blueprint. This has got to stop. If you are sentenced If a judge hands down a damn sentence of lifetime registration, which, in my opinion, all sex offenders should have a lifetime registration. I get it's excessive, but you don't barely serve any freaking jail time. So get over it. This guy barely served any jail time for his offense. I don't care if he was a juvenile or not. Clearly, the abuse went on for many years, and clearly, here we are, 2018, 18 years later, he still is not taking accountability for raping his sister. In fact, 18 years now, 7 years on the internet, he's smearing his older sister and his younger sister, his father and his mother. Okay? He's smearing his entire family, the victim, so he does not have to take accountability. And here's the deal. He says, and I'm sorry if this isn't true, if his older sister sees this, because I am absolutely talking about their family trauma, which I do not like to do. He says the sister, now she would have been 18. When he got charged, she would have been an adult. Guess what? There is not on the sister's background. There is not. The only thing, I did look up his sister, background check. The only thing on his sister's background, the older one, is minor in consumption. That's it. He claims that his sister also got charged. He said it several times throughout his videos. No, she didn't. No, she absolutely didn't. So this guy does nothing but lie and dodges responsibility. And like I said, this live, yes, it's to tell his story, to bring awareness to the situation, but it's mostly about showing the flaws in the Oklahoma statutes for sex offender registration. And like I showed at the beginning with that McFadden case, which I might do a little longer of a story on that one to bring awareness to this problem in Oklahoma.
So, but anyway, being that I don't have to register as a sex offender in Oklahoma, given it was a juvenile matter,
Yep.
I moved to Oklahoma, and I have no intentions of moving away from Oklahoma until my name gets cleared.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, going back to what I was saying now, I did hire an attorney in Illinois to reopen the case, and the first step is trying to get me removed from that list. The next step is trying to get everything squashed as if it never happened. However, while the first part of it may only take a year or so, the second part's probably going to take, probably 10, 15 years. I'm not even going to try to kid myself on that one. It's going to be an easy, simple process or anything like that.
Oh,
By the way, I roll my own cigarettes. I don't do drugs.
what the fuck was that? Listen, I've been smoking for since I was 13. I've been smoking 24 years. I have never done whatever the fuck that was with a cigarette. Holy shit. Ladies, what the fuck was that? That was disgusting. I'm sorry, I've watched this video 4 fucking times. Somehow I missed that every single time. That was nasty.
That is not a joint you see me smoke.
Why did you
Anyway,
just go cigarette?
So moving on a little bit. I went through a 3-year depression. I didn't hardly leave my house much at all. I was pretty much mentally comatose from everything that had happened. The beatings, the shooting, the whole legal case, losing everything I own, losing families. And I just fell into a 3-year depression. And finally, the Lord started pulling me out of it. And next thing I know, he starts giving me a lot of songs. And I write these songs. And
Told you.
So moving on a little bit, then I find my wife and I marry her. And then I ended up doing a trade deal on some property, acquired that property, sold it. And then that's how I hired the attorney. Plus, I was able to afford to buy and build my own.
He says his girlfriend at the time shot someone, but he was charged with felon in possession of a firearm.
Own studio right here in my house. I don't know if I can, let me see if I can show it to you any at all. It's the studio's a mess because I haven't used it in a while.
Yeah.
Till today. This is the first time.
He's about to describe his song, and I was specifically, he's like, I could have been killed. I was looking for that damn song, and sure enough, can't find it nowhere. I'm going to make it my mission to find the song he is potentially going to get killed for.
Time in a while. But
look at that studio,
anyway,
guys.
I'm kind of moving fast, whatever. But this is my studio, and I have created a CD with my songs talking about everything I went through in life. They're inspirational, they're spiritual, they're what's the word? Secular. All combined into one. I keep it real 100. I don't lie a bit. Nothing is fabricated. Anyway, all these songs, I say videos, but they're songs. And I have put music to it because of the studio and everything. Anyway, it's kind of I don't even know how to describe my music. I've been told that I'm ahead of my time. My music is very unorthodox. I don't believe anybody else. I mean, there's some that come close, but there's nobody else that has wrote like I do. Anyway, let's see here. So this CD is called Kickin' Mud Unorthodox. My stage name is Outlaw Reform. You can find me here on the YouTube. I have a playlist on here. You can type in Outlaw Reform and find the playlist. There are 16 songs on the playlist. To include Kicking Up Mud More Than My 4x4, A Flip Switch, The Struggles of This Road I'm On, For My Blood, Coincide, Murder, Suicide, Catch Me If You Can, It's Not Too Late, Living in Paradise, Out in the Open, Riches and Fame, Some Hearts Are Fake, Suicide Today, The Backslidden Side of Me, For the Industry, About Me, and Burn This Town, and then there was one other song. Gosh dog it, I don't even remember what I named it, and I don't have it on this list right here. But hold on, I have it right here, I think. In the song 15 is called Heart Check. Well, anyway, let's see. There's 16 songs on the disc. 16 is Burn This Town. And Burn This Town, I can tell you right from the gate, it's going to be a very controversial song. I'm going to take a lot of slack for that song. Some of these songs could potentially get me killed. Some could start a lawsuit. Some could start a riot. It's not what I'm looking to do. I'm not looking to start no riots. I'm not looking to actually burn the town. But if a person on that last song called Burn This Town, I actually debated for the longest time whether to put that song on the first CD or not. I had that song vaulted, and I kept telling everybody I'm going to do it. But the more I kept talking to God and everything, the more I kept feeling like I was supposed to do it. Because the fact of the matter is, I talk about being a martyr for change. No matter the consequence to myself, no matter what, I'm going to speak out, speak for the truth, speak for the underdog, keep it real. And so in the end picture, I went ahead and opted to unbolt that song and go ahead and put it on the CD.
Thug life.
Now, if people ain't paying attention, which nobody yet to date has actually paid attention, I've had to explain it to everybody. So people that don't know me listening to the song, well, this is what they're going to say. I can't believe he just said that. He just said the name of the town. He just said he's going to burn this town and la da 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 da. No, that's not what I said. Listen to the song in full. That's not what I said at all. Burning this town is a metaphor for I'm going to take this town and I'm going to end up owning it. And then I'm going to, the town, the name of the town is Eufaula. And they got this thing going on called Vision Eufaula to revamp the town. And I talk about, I'm going to end up owning this town when it's all said and done and make Vision Eufaula my own redevelopment. And after I say that, I say I'm going to burn this town. And, I say I talk about, I'm going to own this town. And then I go on after that to say I'm going to burn this town and make Vision Eufaula my own redevelopment. People want to just assume without actually listening, and they just hear that one line, that I intend on burning this town. Well, if that's what they want to take from this video, so be it. Let them act a fool and go file a lawsuit. Hey, it'll only give me the opportunity to get my message out more, because once the lawsuit breaks out, well, guess what? All of a sudden, I'm going to be on national freaking TV as the case unfolds in a freaking federal courtroom. Well, anyway, there's another song, song 15, called Heart Check. And basically, long story short, I call anybody a pussy that belongs to a gang. You know, take it as you want. You want to kill me for it? Here I am. I'm out in the open. I ain't hiding. It ain't hard to find me. My address should be able to be found pretty easy with a Google search. I'm trying to be what's the word I'm looking for here? Advocate for changes within the juvenile laws, amongst other things. I'm attempting to be an inspirational speaker. I hope that my videos and lyrics in my songs and all that help at least a few people along the way.
Now, listen.
Well, I think I kind of went off course a little bit with what I was doing here in this video.
Hey, now I am bringing to you fine people, the lyrical genius. This song is gonna get him killed. Okay, let's hope. I need my prayer warriors. I need my prayer warriors. This song is gonna get him killed, you know, because he calls people in the gang. He says, "You're a pussy."
Heart check, mother truckers. What up, y'all? This is Oklahoma's #1 reformed outlaw.
See you later, crazy.
Y'all ready for some truth? Might hurt feelings, might make you butthurt. Oh well, no matter.
Them gangs are gonna get hurt, Oklahoma.
Lace up or face down, stand up and fight or lay it down. Lace up or face down, stand up and fight or lay it down. Fight or flight, either way. Lace up or face down, stand up and fight or lay it down. Lace up or face down, stand up and fight or lay it down. Fight or flight, either way, no need for sound. Lace up or face down, stand up and fight or lay it down. Face up or face down, stand up and fight or lay it down.
Love you, lady boom.
So you thought this was gonna be an easy ride? We blast the music and commit all this crime, thinking we gonna get away. Yeah. Now we pop, sitting in the cell and facing the dime, wondering if we ever gonna make it through this time. Are we gonna live or die? So here's the advice: ride or die, fight or flight.
Aryan Brotherhood and the White Pride. Yeah, every one of them gonna try. They all wanted to see it on their side. But once you locked in for life.
I wish you would like put the lyrics somewhere where I can read it alone.
Otherwise, you can give up that white behind, and you can fight and ride alone for the duration of your time.
Yeah.
But don't
It's a bad
you
deal.
are you scared or are you running? All right, if you're scared and a pussy, join that gang. And that's who
If you're
you'll
scared
always
and
be,
a
always
pussy,
in
join
the
a gang.
Otherwise, accept the consequences of your temporary demise. Step back, think, analyze, realize your choices led to your own demise. Those so-called brothers weren't there for the ride when you committed your particular crime. Now try to realize all they're looking for out of you is a laugh and a rise. They could care less how you choose to ride your time.
Where the fuck is Betty Washington? We need a wrap off.
See, it's that peer pressure and that evil spiritual entity that makes you believe that you can't properly measure up without bowing down to the normal fears of prison society.
Okay, there's another minute left of that song. I will spare all of you. Let's hope we did the trick. Let's hope that all the gangs are butt hurt because he was face down, ass up or something. Or maybe that was like a calling card. Maybe he was like, hey, gangs, I'd like to bang. Face down, ass up. I'm pretty sure that was him talking about his homosexuality. Fairly confident that actually did not make any gang butt hurt. Mostly the beat was well over the lyrics, so nobody could really understand what the fuck he was saying. But he felt like he was pretty fucking hardcore. Yeah, gang, gang. He felt like he was pretty hardcore, right? Okay. Now we're back.
Video. Basically, I was giving an update to my life. The main points is
Hello,
I never
Sonny.
thought I'd meet a woman and get married. Wow.
Hello, Nico.
I had no doubts I'd meet women periodically, but they all wanted to leave as soon as they found out about that label.
Wonder why.
I finally found a lady that was able to see past that, see the truth. And she told me, she says, probably in all honesty, the only reason she was able to was because she worked for that youth shelter and she seen things that the average person couldn't see. And, from working for that shelter. And so she was able to understand my life, basically. So, point one, I got married finally. Point two, I've hired an attorney to reopen this juvenile matter. Point three, I've created a CD with 16 songs on it.
What's up, Cappy? Back.
And
the only cure for
continue
pedophilia.
every day the best that I can to speak out and not only help myself in the sense of getting this matter resolved and getting this label off my head, but to speak out for others in the same position that I'm in. Because the truth of the matter is, with me speaking out, is it really going to help me to get this label off my head? Nope, ain't going to help me a lick. Because basically I'm blasting myself. So by blasting myself and putting it all over the place, telling my story, everybody's going to know. How could it help me to get the issue resolved? Well, time will tell really in truth what'll happen. God has a plan. He has a reason for everything in life. I can sit here and whine and cry all day long like I have in the past, like I have in past videos, talking about woe is me, how life is so unfair. Truth of the matter is, though, I don't think I would change a whole lot. That may sound horrible, but reason being is everything I've been through up to date has made me the person I am today. It has made me the person that listens to God. Not only do I listen to him, but I do my darndest, no matter how hard it is, to try to do it as he directs me to do. Hence the reason for the music. Hence the reason for me putting the songs on YouTube already, not charging a dime. I don't get paid on YouTube. I don't see a dime of revenue off of anything. Yes, I have copyright my songs, because I don't know. I just felt I needed to. I felt it was the right thing to do.
Oh, P.S.
But I ain't charging a thing for my music. It's right there on.
Full fucking shit. Okay, so I was looking at his songs. I finally found them, right? He starts off most of his shit with, "Nobody has my permission to produce this motherfucker." Yes. So, first of all, his grift. I've already pointing out the grift. I'm going to continue pointing out the grift. This is what he's here for. Like I said, there's a remarkable change from this video compared to the last. There's something that has happened that's different. I don't know what it is yet. I might sit and I might steal every single one of them just to tell them to fuck off. Okay? Dude, that's not how the internet works. First of all, no one wants to copy a fucking whole ass pedophile. Okay? That's the only reason I haven't fucking parodied you yet. Nobody. I repeat, nobody. Not even other pedophiles might look at you and be like, "Dude, this is the gayest shit I've ever fucking heard in my life." Okay? So let's get that straight. Now, I think I'm going to play a little bit more of this video, but I want to show you the Facebook page. Like I said, and this is just my opinion, but I'm going to lay it out for you.
On YouTube for everybody to listen to. I'm not trying to make a dime. All I want to do is get my word out, or get the Lord's word out, get the message out, try to help others along the way, try to give inspiration. I'm hoping that my music will give others inspiration. I'm hoping that when people feel suicidal, they can turn on my music and listen to it and be like, "Oh, gone. Man, did this dude really go through all this? You know what? Let me Google this. I want to see the newspaper articles. I want to see, did this dude really go through everything he writes about in his songs, talks about in his songs?" And when
I think that is definitely, it's something. Okay, so let me give you a spoiler alert. I think this is about it. I mean, he does a lot from the same, but in my opinion, this video was very different. Even though he still will not take accountability, that's always going to be the thing. Somehow his victim mentality changes, and I feel like it's darker, but I'll show you why I feel that way. So let's go over to Facebook real quick. Which one did I want to show you first? Which page is it? Oh, okay. Let me show this one instead. So he does have an outlaw. Realistically, it's just a bunch of posts about Jesus, God, whatever. I guess that makes you, yes, absolutely, Kathy Jensen. Absolutely. This is Brian's page, Brian Dunker will not be silenced. So I'm not sure when this page started, but I have a feeling he got that charge. And this is a guess because some of this stuff is not available without me pulling fucking FOIAs and shit. So like I said, 2012, he got possession of a firearm that surrounded the shooting, which I have not deep dived, but from what I understand, his girlfriend shot someone that tried to break in. He got charged with felon in possession of a firearm. He was in the home at the time of the shooting. 18, it was a traffic, January 22nd, 2020. Violation of protective order. Now, this is a guess. The wife that he talked about he married, I'm thinking this is her. For real, MRA. I don't want to know him either. So, January 22nd, 2020, violating a protective order. Now, here comes this page. Brian Dunker will not be silenced. So this particular post, if you look at this entire page, here, I'll drop this in the chat. Every fucking post, narcissist, alluding to the fact that someone he's butthurt over is a narcissist, right? If you really look into this page a little bit more, like I said, every fucking post, this goes, it's narcissist. Narcissists like to learn about the deep mechanics. This entire page is about narcissists acting like, once again, he's the fucking victim. August 6, 2021. What do narcissists do once they know they've lost you forever? When the day arrives that there are no more tomorrows for me, I want my children to know and never forget that they were, are, and always will be deeply loved by me. A lot of these posts also are about dads who lost their parental rights because a narcissistic mother. It's baffling how some people who hurt you in your life will go on thinking that they didn't do anything wrong for the rest of their life. It's funny, all of these posts actually apply to him. You have the right, it's all about relationships. Now, he is supposed to be, when did he incorporate his September 1st, 2021 is when he started his ministry, right? How in the fuck? I know. Yeah, I know. It gets worse with the kids in his life. It absolutely, thank you, Ash. I appreciate you. So, September 2021 is when he starts his ministry. What kind of fucking minister posts shit like this, right? August 4th. So right up here is the time. Now he's a minister. And it's the same shit. So all of this is narcissist. All of this is narcissist. All of this is narcissist. And then again, don't hurt your kids trying to hurt the person you had them with. Okay. So I skipped, this is October 18th, 2021 on the same Facebook page that I just showed you guys. Okay, so here's the deal. Told you the grift. So I played you the part where he wanted the GoFundMe, right? He asked for a GoFundMe. That was in the third video. Then he talks about, you know, being a little more financially off or better, a little better financially off than he was in the fourth video, and that was 2 years later. Here we are in 2021, flat broke. Now, if you remember from last week, okay, last week when they first confronted him at the rally, his first words were, "I'm not a pedophile, no, but I do have a narcissistic ex Do you see how it's all coming together now? In his last video, when they were confronting him, saying, "Are you a pedophile?" For an hour, he said, "Nope, but I do have a narcissistic ex, and she made up lies about me." Now, at that time, I had no knowledge about what was really going on. He does have that son in the picture, Free 5, the little boy in the picture, that is his biological son, supposedly. Hello, Bitcoin. Yes, Bitcoin. Story fucking nailed him. So, in that video last week when I was streaming Outlaw, he specifically said narcissistic ex. This is who he's talking about. And again, just using deduction and reasoning, 2018 he made the video. I just got married, right? 2020 he violated a protective order. 2020, 2021 he's crying about a narcissist. Here we are, 2024. He's still crying about this same woman. Exactly. He does now have 50-50 custody, or did in 2021. Although in last week's video, he waffled between, I don't get to see my son, I do get to see my son, I don't get, his typical victim bullshit. So yeah, trying to unpack all of this and decipher his fucking lies has been, that's why I didn't go live the other day, because I'm still trying to unpack all his fucking lies and figure out what actually we're dealing with. So this post, okay, so here's the deal. I've got to come up with a $5,000 retainer in order to hire a father rights attorney so that I can get back to running this ministry full-time and effectively. In the end picture, I will likely need to have raised a minimum of $20,000. However, $5K will start the process, but I don't intend on using this money just for me and my son. I intend to use this money to hire the #1 top father's rights attorney in this state in order to, yes, get me full custody of my son, but to also advocate through legislation to change laws in regards to frivolous protection orders. So this, again, without having access to FOIAing the criminal case, the protective order, I just took all this stuff and put it together. And that's another reason I figured out that the lady he's married to in 2018, the only marriage he's ever had, then all the narcissistic ex-posts, all the way fast forward to 2024, which was last week, when he talks about narcissistic ex-wife. But if you caught last week, he said, exactly, Kathy, he said he spent $50,000 fighting his ex-wife. That's what he told the lady that confronted him. I have a narcissistic ex-wife and I spent $50,000. But again, everything he does is a lie. This is yet another grift, just like the last video where he said, I need money to do a GoFundMe because I want my case reopened. Excuse me? You don't just, first of all, I'm certain all your appeals are exhausted, you fucking idiot. For one, let's be real, that would have been an 18-year-old case where he pled guilty. He was not found guilty. There was no trial. He pled guilty. What is there to reopen? Again, that was a grift. Anybody with a brain and common sense, he's the one that said it's a big difference whether I plead guilty or get found guilty. Yeah, dumbass, let's use your words against you now. Because you pled guilty, not under duress, unless now you're claiming that someone, made you plead guilty under duress in the law, not your parents, that don't count, acting on behalf of the law. If the detective beat you, if the prosecutor promised you something, then you'd have a leg to stand on in potentially throwing out that conviction. But since you pled guilty, There's nothing. So he's grifting like a motherfucker. Ha! Good for you, Kathy. Shit. You're a fucking hero. All right. That allow a party to steal everything from another, as well as advocating laws that make it mandatory for 50-50 custody right straight from birth of any child. Therefore, I have these items that I do not want to get rid of, as they have been acquired to assist in the advancement of this ministry. However, the Bible is very clear in telling us that in order to effectively minister for Christ, we must first have our own households in order. Therefore, I'm offering these items for sale. However, I don't feel the Lord wants me to put a price on any of it, but rather offer them somehow along the lines of accepting donations. Do you know why this is important? Do you know why it's important that he's a fucking full-time loser, okay? What did he say? I'm on Social Security, right? We know that, okay? What happens on Social Security disability or Social Security? You can only make X amount of money, right? Off to the side. What does a nonprofit mean for you? It means that you potentially don't have to pay taxes. So donations going into your nonprofit, no tax. Is this maybe why he set up a ministry to have a nonprofit? Because he started grifting in 2016, right? Well, when you're on Social Security and you're grifting, you still have to claim that income because your donations are coming through online. Well, if you were in a nonprofit, I want to say you have a board of directors. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the structure of a nonprofit, but nonprofits can indeed pay their board. And a video I saw, sorry, just one second. Come on. A video I saw, you can pay your members of a nonprofit. Yes, exactly. And those donations could go to cover a salary, like his mother being on the board. She, in fact, I have a video where she said, or he points out, after he got kicked out of the People's Convoy, he's sitting next to his mom, and Resto's there too. His Cash App, I almost guarantee his Cash App on his YouTube channel is linked to his nonprofit because donations would not have tax. Okay. Hello. So, yeah, you do have a board, and you can pay your board members a salary, and that is a great way to funnel money. So, these are just a few things that I've noticed. Now, I want to skip over to yet another fucking fucked up post. And again, here is his, hi, Truth Herd. Yes, that's Linus, everybody. That's my little boo-boo head. And I have one other one, but he's in the front room with his grandma. His name is Eli. All right. So this is a Facebook Live. We are going to watch. Let me make sure that is. So this is this asshole. He's got a protective order that he violates. 2020, I'm sorry. Here he is in 2021 after he set up his fucking ministry. He is now a pedophile minister and a grifter.
Wow. Okay, so Brian Dunker here.
I've got to do this video because yesterday, Judge Bear of the Pittsburgh County Courthouse gave 50-50 visitation back to the mother of my son after she failed 2 drug hair follicle tests, popping dirty for methamphetamines. This morning, I get a call from my attorney. He has filed a motion with the court to withdraw as my attorney after he has taken every dime of my money, thousands of dollars, and he's wanting to recuse himself as my attorney. So I'm out here holding a sign here that says, ask me how corrupt this Pittsburgh County judicial system is. This very sign will likely put me in jail, and my mental health will be questioned. All right, so I'm out here. Let's see. Let me see if I can flip this camera around. I don't know if I can or not. Yeah, maybe. So I'm out here, 1 block down from the Pittsburgh County Courthouse, and right in front of Bland, Kennedy, Fossey, and Yaffe law firm. And this guy, when the heat gets on just a little tad bit, because he's in the back room making deals between the attorneys and the judge and this and that, now all of a sudden he wants to recuse himself as my attorney and didn't even fight very hard for me. And kept, every time we go to court, he'd tell me one thing and a completely different thing would happen. And so I finally called him on the carpet about it a couple court dates ago. He started threatening to recuse himself as my attorney. And now this morning he has filed the motion to recuse himself as my attorney after I have paid him off 100% in full, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. I don't remember how much it is. I got all the receipts. I got the receipts saying paid in full, and just lets the mother of my child fail 2 court-ordered hair follicle tests that are 100% backed and proven by forensics. No way that forensics can be wrong is what every drug testing facility has told me. And so how is it that the judge is going to refute that? And what was more is Vicky brought in 2 UAs, which can be fabricated by using a bladder bag or drinking a lot of water, or different methods for cleaning the urine pretty quickly before a UA that was not even court ordered. All right, and she also did another hair follicle test, a third one in the center of the 2 court ordered ones, and she passed that one, but she went all the way to Oklahoma City to do so. All right, so she fails the first one that's court ordered. She goes and takes one on her own and passes it and tries to utilize that in the court system. Court says no. They send her for a third one, and which is court ordered on the third one. So the first and the third are court ordered. All right, she fails both the first and the third hair follicle test, both of which the first and the third were court ordered. And the judge chooses to say, oh, there's got to be something wrong with that. I don't buy that. La-di-da-di-da. And chooses to look more at the non-court ordered UA test and gives the mother of my son back 50-50 visitation. How am I supposed to protect my child? How am I supposed to protect my son with a judicial system like this here? Well, I'm out here holding this sign, and I've made some progress already. I've been out here since about noontime, so I've been out here about 2 hours, and I intend on staying a lot longer. When my attorney told me he was recusing himself from being my attorney at 10:30 this morning, I jumped immediately in a truck, drove from Eufaula all the way to the attorney's office, went in, asked for the court minute from yesterday and all of my documents, at which I was told there are no documents in this attorney's office whatsoever, and that they'll be in contact with me when they get the documents. Oh yeah, sure, they'll be in contact with me. Right. I believe that, about like I believe it. Somebody's going to turn over the deed of 100,000 acres of property in the next 5 minutes to me. Yeah, that's going to happen. Everything my attorney Eli Bland has said to me has pretty much been a lie, a straight up lie. Took over $6,000 from me, and what has he done? And then for the judge to order 50-50 visitation back to the mother that just failed 2 court-ordered hair follicle tests at that, to return 50-50 visitation. Everything that Vicky has ever asked for, the judge has heard her voice, has given her pretty much everything she's asked for. And every time I've tried to get my voice heard, my voice hasn't been heard. Finally, yes.
So yeah, this freaking weirdo, it goes on and on and on and on. Here is the link to this page. And I am so sorry for some of the stuff. I don't like to pin it because a lot of people that don't like me like to use shit against people. But I see it and I'm very sorry for all the crazy fucking shit. I think a lot of us, are brought here by some serious tragedies. But I totally fucking get it. I totally get it. Let me click over. Now, like I said, he grifted off the People's Convoy. He got totally funded to go down there. I want to share this video. So now this was published. Let me share this tab. So we've seen what this was 2021, what I just showed. This was 1 year ago. This was after he got kicked out of the People's Convoy, April 7th, 2022. Like I said, in my opinion, there's a remarkable difference in his attitude, the way he's internalized his victimhood. I don't know. Maybe he's actually finally believing his lies because he's regurgitated them over and over. At this point, 22 years of making himself the victim, his gangbangs, his gang beatdowns. No woman would have him, but then a woman had him, and then he lost everything. And this is his constant thing. Now he starts to really increase his grift, which is how he was able to afford going down to the People's Convoy, getting to ride on everybody's coattails. He started getting views on his YouTube channel. I know, Kathy. That's why I didn't want to play too much, because he really just tears her to shreds. And we already know he had a fucking protective order against her. His legal counsel probably said, dude, you're fucking crazy. The way you're acting is crazy, and that's probably why he was picked. So welcome everybody coming in. We are telling the story of the pedophile minister, Mr. Brian Dunker. Now, he did update his I'm a Whole Ass Pedo playlist, and he added Trucker G's video to it, which is how I found this guy. I was keeping an eye on the Texas Convoy, interested in watching what's going down there, and that's how I met Lori in the chat here. So, good work, everybody. Now, I'm just kind of trying to put it all together. There are a lot of sex offenders that are running with these convoys, a lot of sex offenders that are running with just about every fucking movement. I would suggest this. If you are going to associate with anyone, I have recently said I am completely, wholly independent. I claim no channels. Some of the channels that I do watch, I don't agree with everything. I do agree with some things. When I'm there, I'm there. When I'm not, I'm not. But what you won't catch me doing is ever teaming up with anybody ever again, because you never know who the fuck you're dealing with. Online or in person anymore. You never know who the fuck you're dealing with. So if you are indeed working on a movement, I suggest background checking every motherfucker that you're working with. I really fucking mean it. And if you're not willing to submit to a background test to work on a movement with somebody, that's when you're like, yeah, nope, not gonna happen. I'd rather work alone. I do not want my name tied with anybody, because just like I found out when I first started YouTube, people come and infiltrate you. We had tier 3 pedo. I swear when I first started, it was tier 3 pedo after tier 3 pedo. And there were creators that were going to their fucking houses knowing they were pedophiles. But because they believe the government and conspiracy theories and shit, they're like, yeah, The government totally put fake pedo charges on you. No. If I had $1 for every time I heard a pedophile say, the little kid lied on me, you should be shot. All right. Like I said, this is 2022. This is after he gets kicked out of the People's Convoy. The guy on the far right, that is Resto. Resto is the one. I'm not trying to start a mob over here. Resto is the guy that's responsible for giving him a truck in the People's Convoy. He's also responsible, solely responsible. He funded last week's trip to the trucker convoy. I don't know what Resto's angle is. Resto absolutely knew right here in 2022 that homeboy is a convicted sex offender, and Resto wholly funded him. This dude went live. I've seen it with my own eyes. Absolutely, Kathy. What's up? What the fuck? I'm not sure. I know it's in his chat as Resto, so I would just look in Homeboy's chat and you'll see him. Because I think I seen him the other day, but I didn't screenshot it. So, Resto is wholly responsible. Brian went live right before the night before the trucker convoy and said, I cannot afford to go to the new convoy in Texas. If you want me to cover it, you're going to have to pay. And Resto stepped up and paid. Hey, sweet Melissa. Okay, the lady on the immediate right to Brian, that is Brian's mother. So I want you to listen to this video and how remarkably different his pedophile story is in front of his mom. Because remember, I appreciate you, sweet Melissa. Remember, he's always told, it's my dad's fault, my dad abused me, blah, 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 blah. Well, that the story just feels different. I don't know. Let's listen.
I'm coming to watch it this very second. So, okay. All right.
Let me skip. I forgot. His phone starts going off 11 times, and it fucks him all up. But it's terribly loud sound. So let me skip. I think that's it. Hopefully, noise warning. If you're listening in earbuds, you might take them out for a second.
Again. Anyway, I know the organizers are busy, so I got to try to make this video short, which is why I'm doing this privately instead of publicly, even though I'm going to make it public. Or was I? Okay. Yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of there on Google when you do a Google search. A lot of misinformation. And y'all, of all people, being within the People's Convoy should know to do your own homework. Stop believing everything you read on Google. Stop believing everything you hear on mainstream media.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and back that up one time. Yes, you did just hear what the fuck you think he just said. Don't trust Google, people. Don't trust Google.
I'm going to make it public. Or was I? Okay. Yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of there on Google when you do a Google search.
Okay.
A lot of misinformation. And y'all, of all people, being within the People's Convoy should know to do your own homework.
Stop believing everything you read on Google. Stop believing everything you hear on mainstream media. I am Pastor Brian Dunker with Outlaw Reformed Ministries. This here is my mother. She is a pastor with Outlaw Reformed Ministries. This here is Resto Guy. We're gonna call him Resto Guy for right now. He is a supporter, a true supporter of the People's Convoy. I did not know this man until the People's Convoy began and we started doing live feeds. This man has seen for himself the beating that this ministry has took, the crippling beating that we have took. But this man understands doing his own homework, looking to the Lord and finding out the truth for himself, and not judging based on appearances. And through that, the Lord is able to use him. And he offered to, he's not able to be in the with the People's Convoy in person, but he wants to support in whatever manner he can. Now,
exactly. So in a non-profit structure, I'd have to Google it. So don't quote me. This is not exact, but you need a board, I believe. She is at, yes. This is why I had to play this video. I know there's so many videos I'm cramming in to this live, and I still have, I believe, one more. It's a 2-hour video. I won't be playing the whole video, but I'm going to show you a sneak peek and then where to go get it. Because what I'm going to do is slowly watch this video later and screenshot as many of those documents as I can and try to read them. But I was trying to put this all together for you because there's so much to this. We've crammed in 22 years of bullshit. Well, about to be 24 years of bullshit. But yeah, his mom, part of this fiasco, right? But like I kind of pointed out, if money is funneled into a nonprofit, that nonprofit could designate salary for board members. Can you see how the funneling of money works? He's on Social Security, so if she had, a remarkable salary, they would never have taxes. Ever. Yep. And just like you said, the enabling mother. Now, that is just speculation. I've never taken a look at their financials. I think you can. I'm not 100% sure, but there might be something we can do. But now we see the money pattern. And now we can know what to look for. The money is most likely being funneled in as donations. We saw that Facebook post. Oh, the Lord guided me that I need to somehow accept these as donations. What? That doesn't sound right. The GoFundMe, it's one thing after another. Now this man is being suckered in. Brian starts using scripture heavier than he ever has before because it lures in people like this man, Resto. And they use his good nature and the good book to con him out of money. And in my opinion, that's exactly what's going on.
we had some transmission issues with our Nissan Murano. So he got a hold of us and he said, hey, I got a 2018 Silverado with 47,000 miles on it. It's sitting in the garage. I don't get to drive it very much. And since I can't be in the Convoy myself, I'd love for my truck to be in the Convoy to support in the best way that he can. Yes. With that said, Satan is trying literally every angle to shut us down, shut me down, shut this ministry down, shut the People's Convoy down, etc., etc. And the carnal me
is scared to death. I don't want to continue. The carnal me does not want to continue.
It's a fact. In the new economy, average people are becoming millionaires.
Yeah. Oops, damn it. The ads. I don't know how this fucking whole ass pedophile can get approved for ads every 2 seconds. Jesus.
I know what the calling is on my life, what the Lord has informed me to do. And so no matter the cost, I am going to press on towards the mark of my higher calling.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Lord.
We drove 1,000 miles from Oklahoma to Wisconsin to meet Resto Guy and to take him up on his offer of utilizing his truck and to meet him and get to know him as a supporter of the mission within the People's Convoy, the mission that the Lord has ordained. Now, if God is within this convoy, and if God is within the people, the organizers of the People's Convoy, as they claim, then this is my call out to you. I am driving back, and I am meeting with the People's Convoy wherever you are when I get back to your area. If you have the Lord walking with you, then here's what I ask of you. Sit down with me when I get back. Sit down with me and my mother with it on live feed, being completely hot, honest, open, and transparent. And discuss this situation with me. Find out. Let me show you through paperwork, through the facts, what the real truth is. I am scared to death of what Satan is going to try to do to me. But I am going full throttle anyway, because I will not allow God through me to be silenced. Thereby causing the mission of the People's Convoy to not have God in it and not be able to fulfill the objectives that has been called out upon for the People's Convoy. We need to keep God 100% in what we're doing here. Without him, we stand no chance. I don't care how many times we drive across one side of the country to the other side of the country, stage here, stage there, rally here, rally there. If we do not keep God 100% in it, the mission will fail. It will fail.
I got you.
We're on Facebook. We have a ministry page called Outlaw Reform Ministries. And I am talking to Trucker G and all the organizers. I've already heard Trucker G's side. He did a video the other night, and he straight up called me a pedophile. He talked downright trash about me. And he brought the organizers into it. He says, I've already talked to the organizers of the People's Convoy, and they feel the same way. You don't dare come back here. I've seen where in the comment sections of different videos, whatnot, that if I come back, my mother and Pam and those people will be safe, but I will take a downright beating. And that's fine. If that's what I must take. If that's the cross I must bear.
Oh my God.
You do what you need to do. But I will come back and I will face my accusers. I will come back and I will face the demons head on.
Oh my God.
What you choose to do with that, that's on each and every one of you as an organizer, as an independent media, whether that be, and I understand that Brian Browsing, Rosie has nothing to do with this. I know he's got the Lord really working in his heart. He's the one person as far as the organizing that I have truly seen the Lord working in.
People from 160 countries illegally cross the U.S.-Mexico border and get themselves up to Border Patrol. But what?
But I'm calling each and every one of you out that's traveling with the People's Convoy. Calling each and every one of you out to sit down and have a man-to-man with me. Get to know the facts for yourself.
So
and if you want to bring me up on stage and tell and tell the whole story to the world,
oh my God,
that's fine. It's fine. Honest, open, and transparent. Hot. Honest, open, and transparent. Let the chips fall where they may. I am literally shaking from what I know I must do. I do not want to do it, but I will not be shut up. I will not be silenced.
All right, JP Fluff. Yes, exactly, Sage. This is ridiculous.
Reason I was telling you about the Facebook ministry page, I think I deterred there for a second, was if you organizers, you independent medias, if you got something to say about this, you need to reach out to me. You want to talk about it, arrange a meet, whatever the case is. Go over to Outlaw Reform Ministries on the Facebook page and send me a message on there. I will get that message pretty quickly, and I will respond. But I am asking you, before you send a message, to please pray and message me with an open mind, trying to understand instead of just straight out judging me.
This idiot still can't figure out what do not
It's not too hard to get my phone number either. She's calling me again. Anyway.
Yes, Figment.
So, Resto guy here will be staying behind, but we will be driving away with his 2018 truck, 2018 Chevy Silverado. And this man knows the beating and that the truck can take, is liable to take. We discussed it in full. And I think he understands the risks all the way around the board that are involved.
I do. And, honestly, I want to put in there is that just me as just a regular, simple American here. The one thing I do not want to start seeing here is division and drama when it's, that's not what this is all about. This is not a soap opera. The devil creeps in mysterious ways that we don't even see right away. But if the message isn't kept of why thousands of people are in this convoy, if that message is lost, where do we go from there? And right now, as an American, a free American for now, kind of in the back of my head, I'm really almost seeing that the message of what we're doing is starting to get lost with all this division. And I think it's necessary really to keep an open mind. We got to remember a lot of people in this world has a past, whatever that might be, but honestly, number one, forgiveness is very important. Understanding is important.
Yep.
I cannot stress enough to get the facts right before the get your facts right before you really start demonizing someone. It's very unnecessary. If you really know this man's true story and understand it, it's not what you think. You know, you think this guy's some evil demon that just went out and did something terrible, and he has not done that. You know, he's absolutely, he's got a past. I've got a past.
I've done horrible things in my life. Don't get me
Done,
wrong.
absolutely. And
But I haven't been a pedophile.
You're not a pedophile. You know, and it's unfortunate. This poor man has to have his past dragged through the mud unnecessarily. And for what gain is that? To start literally beating up on a single individual that is only trying to do good. I don't understand it. And that's why I say we cannot lose sight of the of the mission here. But this division has to stop. You can choose to think what you like, that's fine. It's a free country. But I can't stress enough that this division is good. It's sending a wrong message of what we're really doing here. We're not out here. We're not out here to start badgering people that are in the convoy. Yeah, I mean, if there's some really bad people in the convoy, I get it. I'll call them rhinos, okay? And I can see that, you know.
I don't think so.
For the beating that this poor man's been taken from people, it breaks my heart. Breaks my heart to see that. And I really do think that y'all are better than that. And with that, God loves you. I love you. And I really appreciate everything that you are doing for our beautiful country.
I second that.
Yes.
Mom, do you have anything to add before I close it out?
Remember, love is the most important. Remember, love is the most important thing. And we walk by faith and not by sight. Just remember how Jesus walked and that he wants us to walk the same way. And let's just remember that as we go forth in his name.
All right. I'm gonna end this video so we keep it short. All right.
God bless.
Yep. All right.
So, I don't even know what to say, but the change is remarkable. How come he didn't blame everything? In fact, he actually started to say, don't believe Google. He said that. Don't believe everything you read. Don't believe Google. When you search my name and it comes up that I raped my sister, don't believe it. What are we doing here? Okay, so this video has all kinds of paperwork throughout it. So what I'm going to do is put this link in the chat. We're going to skip through a little bit of this video before I wrap it up for today. This is literally titled Sex Offender Mic Drop. That is the fucking title of this video. Yeah, don't trust the rhinos. Good morning, Gemini Mama. Yeah, he's rewriting history. except we saw it with our own eyes. Now, this video was put out just a few days ago. I'm gonna tell you right now, this guy is 2 days ago. Want to say after Lori confronted him at the rally, he started mass posting, and I had subbed to him that day. That's how he shared just 3 days ago. He shared this playlist on his community post. He said, if you care to find out the truth, here's the truth. I was like, started watching. I'm like, this motherfucker is the worst self-snitcher I've ever seen in my life. Guilty conscience, right? Totally guilty conscience. That's how I stumbled on this playlist, is he fucking shared it 3 days ago. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he puts out this video. And I'm going to tell you right now, I am blown away. The book he was writing has all of this information in it. That's why I said I want this book. He's about to go through his juvenile criminal record, which is actually pretty fucking extensive. All this information used to be on that Google Plus website. I wonder if I could check it on the Wayback Machine and see if it's archived. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that later. But yeah, so we're just going to skip through this, and then we're going to end it for today. But I think this accurately tells the story. I still want to look into his nonprofit to see if I can't find anything. I also want to look into that shooting he's involved in. The fact that he got charged felon in possession, that's kind of weird, except, it was in his household. If he had residency there, the gun shouldn't have been there. So there's a couple of things. Definitely going to keep an eye on this guy. He's up to no good. The more he gets funded, I would also look into the Resto guy. Maybe he is just a sub. Maybe not. I'm not going to call him any kind of names like pedophile or anything, but there's something weird. He wanted, if I heard correctly, he wanted his truck to be in the People's Convoy. That's why he reached out to Brian when Brian had transmission issues. They supposedly did not know each other at that point, but then they drove 1,000 miles to get the truck. I don't know. Something just doesn't sound right. So.
I said, I'm going to pray us in. Father, we come to you this morning, or this afternoon, actually. Oh, giving you much gratitude. But first, we've got to ask you to forgive us of our sins, Lord. Cleanse us in the shed blood of your Son, Jesus Christ. Be with me as I do this live stream and talk about the things that I guess need to be talked about. And I just want you to know I love you. And thank you that your Holy Spirit is upon me. And that nothing that comes out of my mouth, nothing I do is of me, but from you. But only from you. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen. Okay. Now. Oh, man. All right. I'm actually really amazed that it's only showing 3 viewers right now. That's interesting. Good afternoon, Odes. And forgive me, y'all, if I am looking a different direction when I'm talking. I'm so used to cameras being like on my computer and stuff from before I left out on that trip. And yeah, anyway, so I tend to forget to look the right direction when I'm talking. Right now, I actually chose to put the camera or do it on my phone this time because with it being on the computer, I wouldn't be able to show you stuff. Well, actually, I could have if I'd have been thinking about it. I have it all on the No, well, no, I don't have these scanned in. But anyway, in order to show documentations and stuff, I figured I would I'd just be able to do it from the phone when it comes that time. Whereas it would just be incredibly much harder, if not impossible, to do from my computer. So that's why, yeah, whatever. Y'all get the point. Yeah. And I have a feeling I know why there's only four viewers. It could be one of two reasons, or it could be more than that. But
yeah, I'm not sure, sweet Melissa.
Could be that folks just don't want to know the truth. They don't want to know the truth because the truth is not what they're after. The truth takes away.
Honestly, I think the culture, like my honest opinion, the culture's different. What's up, DJ Knight? The culture's different. So, like you mentioned, your generation was told to shut up, keep it in the family, so on and so forth. Cultures were different. Family dynamics were different. There was a lot of victim shaming. And I think that culture has changed. Therefore, kids speak out more. Or, like I said, when you get to be about 30, that's when you start coming out with it. And people are getting found out. So I really think it's the culture that's changed. I think it's always been, except it was hushed over and legalized back in like my parents' generation or your generation, so on and so forth. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's always been an issue, but y'all's generation, it was legalized. My generation, people started to open their mouths and speak out. So I know. What's up, Bob? Good to see you. I'm sorry, sweet Melissa. I know. Like I said, this situation touches so many of us. And it's such a good, not watching these fucking freaks, but getting involved and trying. I think it's definitely something that compels all of us.
From the fun that they're having of trying to get me killed. But at the very least, of trying to shut me down.
What you getting frustrated about, DJ Knight? You all right?
And keep the Lord's work from being fulfilled, and from me being able to complete this calling, being the convoy for Christ. So we're going to do a mic drop here. We're going to get into this, and there's also a playlist with 6, 7, 8, 9, 8 or about 8 videos.
I don't think Sex Offender Mic Drop was a great title for this video. Someone should maybe explain to this man, when you're winning, that's when you do the mic drop, but the fact that you're a sex offender means that you're like a permanent loser for life. Okay? There's no mic dropping. I mean, I guess you could mic drop other pedos, but with the normal folks that don't rape kids, there's no mic dropping. So I really think you should rethink this title. Or keep it the same. That's fine too.
On this subject, 2 of which are songs, in regards to this topic that the Lord gave me to create about back in 2018. I do appreciate y'all for the thumbs up.
Yeah, I think it's widely available. Who was it? Hemingway? Hemingway had the ability to sell 1 million books before, I want to say it was like the newspaper, right? He had a way to get out and reach. But that was talent. That was one of a kind, right? But we have the ability to reach millions just like that. So the overflooding of technology and the algorithm. So if I put in something, I couldn't figure out for the life of me if women assaulting kids, like women pedophiles, were so out of control that it was the only fucking thing on my feed. I'm like, God, this is making me sick. It's algorithm. So you put in something, and that's what's going to keep generating over and over and over again. So it's like keywords and shit. So your feed is most likely concentrated with something that you're searching, or recommended videos that are a lot alike. So then it will overpopulate your feed. Yeah, it is his kid. He's got Down syndrome, which is even worse. The communication wise. Did y'all see Mr. Monkey? He has a stuffed animal that he drives around with. My last live at the very end, he talks about Mr. Monkey. It's definitely, yeah, a lot of people do. Because it was an embarrassment, even though it was happening and it's rampant, it's disgusting. Not your fault, their fault. The adults that, in my opinion, scold the children for getting abused, they're just as bad to blame as the abuser. And I will always feel that way.
Yeah. Of course, the other reason that there may be so few viewers is because of the title of this, and the algorithm may not push it out so well. So there is that possibility, but that's okay. I want to encourage everyone to jump on here and listen.
He's a pedophile.
So let's jump into this. All right, Lord.
Free Mr. Monkey.
Why I'm nervous, I'm not exactly sure, Lord. But there is a degree of nervousness in me. And that's not going to stop anything. But I'm asking in the name of Jesus to keep that all at bay for me. And and keep me in a peaceful, calm manner. And Lord, if somehow I get off track, and I start to sidestep and maybe start to try to talk about somebody's comment on here or something like that, Lord, put me in remembrance, put me in check in the mighty name of Jesus. However you got to do that, whether you put it on my you speak to my spirit, or you speak to one of the viewers and have them to respectfully kind of remind me, put me in check. In the mighty name of Jesus, I pray. Amen. Okay, let's see here. Y'all just bear with me because, there's a lot to go through. So I've been putting together a biography for many, many years. I've been working on this biography. Like back when I first started working on it, I thought that I would, and even for the first couple of years, I thought that I was supposed to publish it. And as the years went on, well, it's never happened. And if it's meant to be published, it'll get the Lord will direct me to doing that. If it's not, then whatever, but so right now I'm the only one that has this this biography, but yeah.
I don't know, JP.
Let's see. So, yeah, I probably started on this biography about 10 years ago, putting it together.
Yeah, we know. We just watched. Show us the paper.
Come on, what are you doing to me? All right, so.
Thanks, Lori.
Come on, what is it doing to me? Why? Oh,
Yes, we're about done, Karen.
maybe I should try to see if I can turn it around. Ah, okay. Well, whatever. Somehow my pinky finger keeps getting in the way of that camera. All right, let me go and do this as well, and just
cut it off.
Keep that muted. There we go. That way I can kind of see on that screen what's going on as well. Let's see. All right. Now,
my bad.
I have to scoot this over, I guess. So this here is this cord just ain't long enough. Hold on, man. You know what? Let me
punchable thing.
Let me switch. That cover photo says, "I live in constant fear of retribution for an unjust label put upon me when I was a child, abused and then marked for life. A true story by Brian Dunker." So, bingo. First page right here. This.
Okay. Like I mentioned, this is where we're all going to end it today. I'll drop the link in the chat again. We're going to watch this for a while because I'm going to remove this comment. He's going to start showing documents. I will go through this live. It's like 2 hours, and I'm not going to play it all. I think we've sat through enough today, and I think I've given you the entire story of it. His versions, and we're going to try to find the truth. Like I said, the call to action on this case and the case I talked about earlier is the legislator needs to have better statutes to protect the public in the state of Oklahoma. Much like many other states in this country, the states have the power to create the laws they need to govern their people. Sometimes good, sometimes they're bad. So what we will do, is research who has the stiffest sex offender, regulations. I don't know the right words. Use that as a blueprint and then put this story together, but super shortened. If it's the microwave mentality, we've got 30 seconds or less to captivate an audience, viral, in a viral format, and then try to contact people in the state to get something done. I'm also going to look into the case I showed you about that guy that annihilated that family and the neighbor girls, because that is a great thing. Again, the sex offender registry was, he didn't meet the criteria because the criteria isn't stiff enough. And in this case, Brian's, he was found guilty or pled guilty. In Illinois, the judge handed him a lifelong register, but the state of Oklahoma didn't honor it because he's out of state sex offender. And you heard it yourself. Brian says, "I'm not leaving the state of Oklahoma because I don't have to register." Then 2022, he turns around to the Convoy. Don't believe Google. Believe me. If you want to know the truth, believe me. The pedophile. I mean, I'm not a pedophile. Don't trust Google. Google's ran by the rhinos. I mean, this is bullshit. So, but his audience, think about it, his audience was holdovers from the Q movement. So they would potentially go for the government conspiracy. We see the same thing in the true crime community. Pedophiles coming in, weaseling their way in, getting channels. I think some of you, that's exactly what it is. It's what happened to him, not what he did. Been like that for 24 years. He was convicted in 2000 of raping his sister, and he still never uttered the words, "I did this." It was, "This happened to me." Perfect. Perfect. So just to wrap everything up in a nice little bow, that's what's going on today. Like I said, we're going to watch a few more minutes of this video because he's about to show several documents that I think will come in handy. I've slowed it down. I'd like to get my hands on these papers, but that's just because I'm nosy and now I'm super committed. Now I'm super committed. Now, I don't know too much about that other case I showed. I don't know that I'll do a show on that or a live on that. I don't know. It depends how crazy. I just remember that story being crazy as hell.
Is what is being put online about me. In big letters, protect your child from sex offenders, in my picture right there.
I think that was a good warning.
Information about the ACLU. Okay, so right here I had I wrote something up, or no, I didn't write this, or did I? Okay, yeah, I had somebody to help me write something up years ago. Matter of fact, this was in 2013. You can see the date right there. Says I am a 30-year-old. Okay, so this was 10 years ago. I'm a 30-year-old male who was convicted of a sex offense, which I wasn't actually convicted. I pled guilty because my dad told me that I was going to plead guilty or else, because he was not going to keep running me back and forth to court. So big difference between a conviction and pleading guilty. Granted, pleading guilty would usually represent that somebody's actually guilty. However, you got to understand the mindset that I was a teenager, a juvenile. I was threatened that if I didn't, or else by my dad, who was also the one that turned me in because I started standing up to his abusive ways and tried to put an end to all his abusive ways to me, my sisters, and especially my mother. He was always beating on us. I could have cared less about me, but every time I had to watch him pull my mother's hair, slap her around, beat on my sisters, as I got older and stronger, I started standing up to him to end all those abusive ways. So then one day when I stood up to him, he had me admitted into a psychological hospital or whatever, a mental hospital. And after he had me admitted into the hospital, he went to the police and began this whole endeavor. So let's get back to it. I am a 30-year-old male who was convicted of a sex offense at age 16. I have done the time.
Now remember, he says all of this about his father. His father died in 2003. Okay, so it would have been 3 years after he was convicted, or I'm sorry, pled guilty. His father died. He's been dead 21 years. At the time of this video, he's been dead 21 years. And this man, Brian, has a fucking tattoo in honor of his dad. And it says, like, in memory, it's written on that sex offender website that made him registered. In memory or something, Stephen. And then it's got the year of his birth and the date or the year of his death. So anyone that was physically, mentally, and sexually abused as a result of their father, I highly doubt has a fucking tattoo to remember him.
And now live in Oklahoma, which changes the criteria for juvenile registration. However, I can't go home because of the laws there. And at this time, I considered home Illinois because I had just made my move here permanent in around 2010. So I'd only been here about 3 years. And well, anyway, since all that, I mean, pretty much this is my permanent home now. Back to it here. However, I can't go home because of the laws there. And also, I call it home because that's where the rest of my blood family is. I'm still on the sex offender registration list which that's not exactly true, because I'm not. And you can look up the registration list, the sex offender registration list here in Oklahoma. And if I'm a sex offender, then if I'm truly a sex offender, then I'm supposed to, I'm required by law to register every 90 days or whatever. Okay.
No.
And
Annual, it says it on your paperwork, and these are the games he plays. He claims he is not a sex offender because Oklahoma's statutes don't make him fucking registered. That's not how that works, you piece of shit. And on his registry, he is supposed to check in once a year, not every 90 days. Every 90 days is for tier 3, and I don't think he's classified as a tier 3.
If I haven't registered, then I am to be thrown in jail and sent to prison. Okay, so now what I want you to do, if you really think I'm a sex offender, I want you to go to the sex offender registry for Oklahoma, and I want you to look my name up. And if you don't find it, then I want you to call McIntosh County Sheriff's Department. Okay, and their office is not.
You're about to see a document coming up shortly, and I'll point out the flaws in it. You'll probably see it right away. I don't know how big you can see it on the screen, but he said in one of his prior videos that he makes documents on his computer. And in my opinion, he definitely made some documents that are in this binder you're about to see.
Now based out of Dakota, Oklahoma. I live in Eufaula, Oklahoma. They know who I am. Okay, they are very aware of who I am. You tell them my name and the name of this ministry. My name is Brian Dunker. Name of this ministry is Outlaw Reform Ministries. You tell them who I am. You tell them, hey, he's not registered. He's supposed to be.
Absolutely.
All right. And let him come arrest me. All right, let's get on with this. It's been 15 years since the crime was committed. This was 10 years ago, so it's been 25 years now. Since then, I have not had any sexual crimes committed, and this still is true. I deserve a fair chance at life without being tagged as a sex offender.
No,
I have been beaten, tortured, and nearly lost my life.
Prove
I
it.
can't live. And this was back before I really.
Again, he can sit here and show a wanted poster. He can sit here and show all of these documents, but never once. And he loves to flash shit in your face. He loves to say, see, this is a document. This proves, right? Where are these beatings? The settlement. He claims he won a settlement against the prison because a guard or whoever pretended he tried to commit suicide, but really his cellmate beat him for 30 minutes straight. Remember? That's what he said. This guy does nothing but lie, and he's forgot all of his life. He claimed he got a settlement from the prison, but he needed the money, so he settled for $500 and somehow got it in 2 months. Bullshit. Those things take years. In fact, I've seen people that have spent 25 years in prison get like $1,000 fucking dollars, and it took years for them to get it. Shut the fuck up. Well, I needed money to get out of jail because, my funds are tight. So I just took a settlement for $500 as I walked out. Bullshit.
The Lord, I allowed the Lord to get a hold of me. I can't live in a world of fear that I may not be able to be revived next time I'm beaten. Since I've been here, and this was just within a couple of years, well, the very first within 6 months of being here, actually. Well, let's see. Since I've been here, 6 people brutally beat me and left me for dead. The men were never found. I was charged as well as my sister for experimenting with each other sexually. I've never raped or sexually forced myself on another person. I was 15 years old and made mistakes, but I paid my crime. What a harsh price to pay for my mistake. Justice was served, yet I'm still paying the price. Living in fear of my life every second of every day. I have no friends and this was 10 years ago before I turned myself over to the Lord, surrendered to him. I have no friends because of this. No lie.
because of this no life. I'm so tired and can't take any more. Please help me. If you will at least hear me out, I'm asking you to help save my life and give me a fair chance to live. If I can't be helped here, I would rather take my own life than to continue to be harassed, beaten, and tortured. And that's where I was at that point in my life before I surrendered to God.
You know, I'm so anti reaching out, but this, you know, going through this, I almost did, but yeah, I'm sure he blocked you. So let me show you something real quick. I totally forgot. All right, this is his LinkedIn profile. I'm sorry, but this hit me so wrong. Yeah, it's worse. So, like I said, instead of just taking accountability, saying, yes, I did this, I'm so sorry. Listen, I'd be leaving this fucking guy alone. It's his never taking accountability and the progression and the downright destructive nature of his progression, because it's not his life he's destructing. It's his sister's. He accused his oldest sister, and I pulled her background, of doing to him what he got charged for. He said we got charged together. He said his oldest sister got charged. She was an adult when he got charged. He was just 17, a little under 18 when he got charged in 2000. He was born in 1983, July 27th, 1983, I believe is his birthday. Don't quote me, but I know it's in July. He pled June of 2000. So he would have just turned 18, but he pled guilty, right? His sister would have been over 18 because she's a year older than him. When he got charged and sentenced, he claims she did too. She only has minor in consumption on her record. That would have been an adult charge, because he also claims she did that to the younger sister too. And he also claims in another video on this fucked up playlist that his younger sister would have gotten charged if there was some. This guy is sick as fuck. But he puts it on his sisters, okay? So this LinkedIn, oops, wrong one, is his Outlaw Brian Dunker Reformed Ministries, self-taught by God himself, providing services, leadership development, public speaking, team building, life coaching, change management, wedding officiating, live events, blogging, public relations, writing. Location, Eufaula, Oklahoma. The wrong button. Here's what I wanted to show you. So, his posts. All right, experience, pastor, Outlaw Reformed Ministries, freelance. I write, edit, produce, teach, preach. I am becoming very well trained in following orders from the boss very well. Oh my gosh. God being my boss. Owner operator, Dunkers Mobile Home Movers contract. Do you see how weird it is that he was at that trucker convoy? He has no history whatsoever. Education, self-taught by God himself. I don't know, laugh out loud. Faith, hope, love, inspiration, obedience, patience, and compassion. What about accountability, you piece of shit? Grade, whatever grade God says I'm in. Activities and societies, music and ministry. My education will never end. It will always be ongoing. However, the Lord told me on July 24th, 2019, that my ministry had just began. His English is very lacking. On July 27th, 2019, I drowned in Lake Eufaula. The Lord pulled me up. He told me that day I died to the flesh and was reborn of the spirit. Oh my goodness. Now my education will never end, but neither will this ministry. Not if I have anything to do with that, buddy. I'm not going to lie. Publication, CD titles, Kicking Mud and More Than My 4x4. Organizations, Oklahoma City, OKC Compassion, associated with Outlaw Reform Ministries. One day at a time as the Lord guides me and directs my path. All right, there is a post, and I accidentally clicked out of it. These are his skills: carpentry, ministry, leadership. Literally, it's just him and his mom, and he's a leader. Okay. Singer, songwriter, music producer, complete 100% production, commercial real estate. Okay, I'm sure he has a real estate license. Leadership, teaching, motivational speaking, training, music production, writing. Yeah, because we just read his writing. Education, public speaking, volunteering, praise and worship, ministry, singing, editing, entrepreneurship, real estate transactions, commercial preaching, and inspirational speaking. Okay, what? There's a post he writes to his fucking sisters, and of course now I can't find it. Oh, I think it's on this page. Okay. Oh gosh. He literally put his Men of God or Men of Courage music video on here. Oh, he put all of his music videos on here. He put his Eminem one on here. That is great. Okay. Excited to announce I'm open for speaking, offering leadership developments. Oh, here it is right here. Okay. All right. Thank you to both of my sisters, Sarah and Anna, for allowing the Lord to use you in such a way as to be the most incredible blessings to my life. So many would allow Satan to work through them in such a manner as to stab their own in the back, then sneak away and sneak back up and stab them again and again. Tell me that doesn't fucking... Yes. I seen you talking about him. Tell me, without telling me, how that doesn't fucking hit you so down dirty. He can fucking go all over the internet. That right there is why I don't contact people when I'm into something. Like, I know the answer. I don't need the confirmation to re-victimize the victims in this. And to me, those victims are those two ladies right there. And that shit pissed me off so fucking bad. So fucking bad. That post right there, I had it pulled up earlier and I accidentally closed it. So yeah. I'm so anti, going like off here to verify what I already know to be true. And I feel like he would, like, that post right there tells me he would get such a gratification for people to contact them, because he will sit there and put lies all over the internet about them, and it just makes me sick. That post really bothered me.
I actually committed suicide multiple times over this nonsense. But every time the good Lord would not allow it, and he'd bring me back. He'd resuscitate me, or however, whatever you want to say, you know. Let's see. Sharing for abused children. Oh. Sharing for abused children. I was born July 27th, 1983. I have two sisters, one older named Sarah, one younger. I'm sorry, too late. I put that on camera. Whatever. Named Anna. My mother's name is Beth, and my father's name is Stephen, but he went by Steve. My earliest memory was when I was 3 years old. I don't remember what I did wrong, but my father said, "Okay, son, I think you're old enough. It's time. Drop your pants and your underwear and bend over." My father proceeded to spank me with a leather belt for the next 13 years until I was 16 and big enough to say no, at which point me and my dad had a huge physical fight. My father would make me get naked and would spank me. Sometimes he had reasons and sometimes he didn't. And sometimes he was drunk and sometimes he was high on drugs. But spankings was not all that he done. Often he would take 2x4s to me. He would smack me to the ground. He would pull me around by my hair. I remember one time being made to lay down on the floor naked on my back as he proceeded to take a leather belt to my privates. Every day for years, he would fix the most vile and disgusting meals and force.
Now, you just heard him exhale. But earlier, and I pointed this out for a reason. Earlier, I pointed out to you, he said, even though that only happened once, bro, if it only happened once, you wouldn't be exhaling like that. You're fucking dramatic as fuck. I'm so like, believe all victims, right? This is not a victim. And please feel free to come to your own conclusions, but my conclusion with everything that I've displayed to you today, he is the victimizer. He is the abuser. And potentially his dad was an asshole. Do you know, when I got my ass beat as a young child, my mom would say, "Pull down your pants." That was standard practice, okay? She got beat. My parents, or my mother, got beat. Leather belt. My mom didn't turn, you know what I'm saying? So, no. It's you, dude. This is bullshit. A lot of kids get beat. A lot of kids get victimized, right? But they don't turn around and do what you did. The post, that is a 4-year-old post. And that is an abusive, everything that you fucking do is abusive. So I do not believe that his dad abused him in the way. Like I said, I pointed out in our earlier video, even though that only happened once, you wouldn't have this dramatic exhaled breathing if it only happened once. And he's put it in every fucking writing all along the way. Yeah. Exactly.
Forced me to eat them in full and would beat me more if I did not eat them fast enough. I really don't know what all he had mixed together, but I know it was something like green beans mixed with half a bag of flour, a bottle of hot sauce, and many other horrible ingredients. He usually didn't let us watch as he prepared these vile meals. Often he would make us eat whole jars of banana peppers or drink an entire bottle of hot sauce. My father would beat me all over my body, but making sure that where he left marks could be covered by clothing. Also, I had to watch him do these same vile things to both my sisters every day of our childhood. We had to watch him beat our mother, smack her around, and pull her by her hair. I could go on and on of the torture my father put my family through, but I really just don't feel like it. So I will jump ahead to the next chapter in life. When I was 14, my dad would lock both me and my two sisters in a room with just a TV. He'd leave us in there all day, every day, with the exception of pulling us out to go to school, to eat, go to the bathroom, or beat our rear ends for whatever reason he could think of. The rest of this story is way too personal to have it be seen on my Facebook page, so I have to end it there. I just wanted to share my experience and what I lived through. But the story goes on to have a very terrible effect on my adult life, causing me to be unable to have children. And this was wrote many years ago. And to have to live alone because no lady can or wants to deal with my baggage. Anyway, like I said, that was years ago. My wife, ex-wife, should I say, my ex-wife, she at least pretended anyway. I mean, as soon as I met her, went on the very first date with her, I showed her everything, told her about all my juvenile history. She knew what she was getting into when she got into it. So the reason I'm saying that is because I know that she's the one responsible for this nonsense. Ultimately, I mean, her responsibility lies with the decision she made in which whom to serve, God or.
I guarantee, like I should have got the clip for you guys. I just don't remember what video's on. I try to condense everything to tell you a linear story. He claims his oldest sister has charges. She doesn't. She only has a minor in consumption. Everything that he says is an absolute lie. So I guarantee the youngest sister would come in and blow the lid off every fucking thing. I would be interested in hearing from the older sister too. Definitely. Because I guarantee they'd blow the whole lid off everything.
You know, the dark side, Lucifer and his fallen angels. So I'm not really mad at her, you know, and there's not really anything to forgive for her, other than I've forgiven her.
Yeah, right there. Visit my YouTube page, Outlaw Reform Ministries, Facebook page, Outlaw Reform Ministries. Visit my Facebook page, Brian Dunker Will Not Be Silenced. Visit my Facebook group, except he spelled Groog, Equal Rights for Fathers and Male Victims of Domestic Violence. Visit my joint Facebook page with President Dave something, myself as Vice President, FCLU, Oklahoma. And I wondered if these groups know they are in a group with a sex offender. And this is the dangers of being in those Facebook groups. He said it himself. He's not supposed to be on Facebook because he's a registered sex offender. And I don't care if he's registered in the state he currently lives in, he's still a sex offender. It's funny it comes up in Texas.
For making the wrong decision in which whom to serve. Let's see, what is this? What do you do when no one understands? Answer, you come visit the page of someone who does. Okay, these
I'll have to find that after this live. Definitely, I'll go find that today.
how about?
Oh, there it is right there. Let me do this. Sorry. 2104.
For Ministries on YouTube, Facebook. Brian Dunker Will Not Be Silenced. Equal Rights for Fathers and Male. Oh, I must have added this in recently. Because, yeah, all of this is still accurate information. Yeah. Biography, but to be analyzed. Out on the Run. Okay, so that's some poetry I wrote. I'm going to skip on past the poetry. Let's see. Juvenile criminal records. Okay. All right. So here starts my juvenile criminal record, I guess. Wait a minute. No. Hold on. This was People versus Dunker. Oh, this was from 1991. You're welcome to rewind this later and read through all that. Pause it and read through it all. Oops.
Oh, okay, my channel. Yeah, I've got to find that.
All righty. So, looks like I obtained this, my juvenile record. I went and purchased it on April 5th of 2012. This was after I filed. And okay, so here's the thing. So, prior to 2012, I filed, what year did I file it in? 2000, I think I filed in 2008, I think it was. I filed with the governor's office of Illinois in 2008 to have my record expunged while I was sitting in prison on a failure to register to do with the sex offenders list, which I should have never been on because I pled guilty as an adult. And when I turned 18, all that was supposed to be sealed and done away with. However, I had a public defender that got paid $500 to handle the entire case that was paid by the state. All right. And I didn't know it. How could I at the time? Because just a kid, I didn't know anything about the legalities. But later, many years later, I'd come to find out through research in the law library that if my attorney had filed a particular paper, there was one piece of paper he was supposed to file. And if he had done that within the time frame, I think it was like 30 days from the date of pleading guilty or whatever. If he had done that, all this would have been sealed under my juvenile record. But obviously, $500 wasn't enough to make him care, for however long it took this case to play out in court, because he never filed the paper. And so because of that, it slipped through the cracks and somehow ended up getting out there into my adult life. So then I go on to do time in prison twice, actually doing time in prison, once in Texas, once in Illinois, for failure to register, which should have never have happened. And I was arrested a couple other times and did, I think, I don't remember how much time each of them other times I did, but as far as actual prison time, did 9 months in Texas, did a little over 2.5 on a 4-year bit in Illinois because of it, for something that should have been sealed in my juvenile record, but somehow, and I'm guessing because of that paper that attorney didn't file, I slipped through the cracks. And so now I've in my adult life, I've been imprisoned, jailed, imprisoned, beaten, beat down, and left for dead, both inside the prison and outside the prison in the free world.
Prove it.
Whatever,
Okay, put it forward.
anyway, seat of their family's vehicle in the area of 27nd and get. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Okay, I want to show you this right here. Here's how pathetic my dad was right here. Okay, I'm going to show you all this. All right. Okay, I'm going to read it to you. The statement anyway. And this was filed June 29th of 2000. Let's see. Let me do the math. How old was I? I would have been, because that was June 29th of 2000. I was born July of 1983. So you got 16. Let's see, July of 83. Yeah, to 93 would be 10, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. Yeah, I was 16 when this was filed. Anyway, Anna F. Dunker is, oh, whoops. I didn't mean to put full names up. Well, whatever. It's actually not, whatever. Sister of Brian Dunker, blah, blah, blah. Anna stated to police on.
Yeah, that's pretty much everything that I've shown today, is that he takes absolutely no accountability. We should start a change.org, Justice for Mr. Monkey, because I feel like somehow Mr. Monkey in his car is going to start committing crimes, and it's going to be all Mr. Monkey's fault because he didn't have his support monkey. So I have a serious question, my channel. Well, a hunch. Is Anna, the older one, behavior night and day from this asshole? Because if she got charged and it got expunged, does she take full accountability and act completely different than this piece of shit? I bet she does. This guy, I think he has a personality disorder for sure.
6/22 of 2000, that on 6/20 of 2000, between the times of 2 and 4 p.m., she and Brian were in the back seat of their family's vehicle in the area of 27 2nd and Geddes Street in Decatur, Macon County. In a state of Brian pinched her right forearm after she accidentally touched one of his sunburned arms. This pinch causing a bruise to her right forearm, which was observed by a police officer, or observed by police. Anna advised she didn't didn't complain to her parents immediately, although they were also in the car for fear of retaliation by Brian. Hold on now. If the parents was already in the car, then what she got to fear about retaliation from me? Whatever. Okay, let's just move on. It don't matter. Anna and Brian's parents, who were Stephen and blah, 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 stated to police on that they heard Anna say, ouch, when this occurred. Okay, so now let me give you the backstory here on this. So, this happens, okay? They wait 2 days to file it. Now, in this 2 days' time, you got to understand this was another one of them times where I tried to stand up to my dad. He had a history of this. From the time I was like 14, 15 years old, he had a history of putting me in St. Mary's psych ward because he just couldn't handle me anymore. So he put me in this psych ward because I'm going to get, whatever happened, I was standing up to him, wasn't going to let him beat on me anymore or on one of my family members, whatever. I don't remember what was going on at that era of my life. That's a long time ago. But anyway, I do remember that this says it was on the 20th of June. When they arrested me on this, I was at St. Mary's Hospital, psych ward. Police came and arrested me, literally put me in handcuffs, took me to jail for pinching my sister. All right. Now, my sister is only 4 years younger than me. All right. She's 4 years younger than me. This is what we did as kids. We pinched each other. We punched each other. I mean, that's what kids, that's what we did. I mean, of course, when you got a dad that's constantly doing that stuff to you, I mean, does a kid know any better? I don't know. Whatever. So it wasn't until and you gotta listen. So I'm actually starting to see some groundwork myself here that I haven't, or another view of this that I haven't seen myself. Every time that I would stand up to him, he'd put me in the psych ward, and if there was any way of having having me charged with something, he would get the police involved and have me charged with it. So this is one of the incidents where he did it. He put me in the psych ward and then had me charged for pinching my sister. Okay. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. Moving on. Now, the above named minor and respondents, Brian Dunker, February 1st of 2000, 8th day of March of 2011 a.m., and that you were required to appear and answer the petition, take further notice. I don't know what that's in regards to. Authorization for detention. Next court date. This really isn't saying much, all this stuff. Violation order. Defendant minor admitted in open court to violation of probation. Which I was on, wait a minute. That was July 7th of 2000. So right here. I don't even have my camera on that view. So let's see. I don't know if y'all. Okay, so July 7th of 2000. Okay.
Yes. It's bad.
right here is marked
Worst I've ever
defendant minor
seen on YouTube.
admitted in open court to a violation of probation. So that says that in July of 2000, I was on probation, which actually I believe I would have been on court supervision, because that's
No.
usually what they put me on, was court
This
supervision
is the worst I've ever seen.
when I was a juvenile. Let's see. Defendant minor is continued on the existing probation sentence and is further sentenced to 30 days in the juvenile detention center. Stayed. Defendant minor is continued on the existing probation sentence with the following modifications. Served 15 days in the McIntosh County Jail Juvenile Detention Center on original sentence, 11 days credit. Okay, so at that point, I'd already gotten 11 days credit. Okay, you know what? I believe. Okay, yeah, that was okay, that was in regards to, so this is what, hold on. Enter 6/7 of 2000 date. What? I'm not quite understanding this stuff, to be honest. Trying to get on to the important stuff. I don't understand. Somehow or another, I was on probation prior to. Yeah. My dad was always calling the law on me for something.
Sure.
And so I was always, always getting in trouble for something. Court finds that the admission is knowingly and voluntarily made, and that there is a fact basis for the admission. Minor is adjudicated to be delinquent.
There's some juicy shit.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. So apparently 8-9 days after I pled guilty, something happened. I don't know.
Yeah.
Talked
a little bit.
Case called for hearing on motion.
Was it video number 3 or number 4 on his playlist here? He talks about ADHD, PTSD. He says PTSD really bad, and then a little while later he talks about getting Social Security. So he might get a crazy check, that's for sure. I know. Yeah, you guys handle it. Yep. And this whole video, and let me drop the link for this video. This video is like very telling. Just like, you mentioned, when he skips over things, he intentionally misreads the papers. He intentionally tells a story, because I pulled up his record, so I know a few of his charges. He intentionally misrepresents what you're reading on the screen. So there's one that's coming up that I'm specifically looking for, and then I'll cut it off for today. There's two things actually. I should have wrote the damn timestamps down. Let's see where we're at.
To terminate stay of detention sentence. Minor admits count 1. Domestic battery of the second supplemental petition. Finds that the admission is knowingly and voluntarily made. In regards to pinching my sister, I guess. I thought this was all put together. I thought all that was handled in the same case. Court finds that the admission is knowingly and voluntarily made, and that there is a fact basis for the admission. Minor is adjudicated to be delinquent on the second supplemental petition. Minor is continuing on his rules of probation and previously ordered with the following modifications. The state sentence of 15 days ordered June 19th, 2000 is lifted. Minor is given credit for 11 days previously served. Order that the minor be released to the custody of his parents on July 11th, 2000. Minor is ordered to serve an additional 30 days in the detention center. 30-day sentence is stayed until August 18th of 2000 at 9 a.m. Courtroom 6B. Violation order filed this day. Minor is advised regarding his right to appeal. Blah, blah, blah. So if I'm understanding this right, maybe I got to go back now, because I'm trying to remember a little bit of this history myself. June 29, or June something. Wait a minute. What's the date on this? June something of 2000. Okay, so wait a minute. I see what's. Wait a minute. So I'm guessing, if I'm understanding this right. Oh, and let me show you all something else in this police report, the one about pinching my sister. Let me show you something. Okay, right here in the report. I want you to pay attention to that very top line. I want you to look at that birth date. 6/24 of 87. Okay. Anna F. Dunker. 6/24 of 87. Natural sister, Brian J. Dunker. Birth date 7/27 of 83. You do the math, people. Do the math. While you want to, sit on your private chats or try to come on my chat and say I did this to, that I was 15, 16 years old and did this to an 8-year-old, blah, blah, blah. Do your math, people. Get your facts straight. Let's see. So I pled guilty on June, it looks like June 28th. No, June 19th to that other deal. Okay, so now we move on. That was June 19th. I pled guilty to that. Okay. June 28th. In the custody of the superintendent. I'm guessing is when. Wait a minute. Okay, so if I'm understanding it right, June 28th is when my dad had charges pressed against me for pinching my sister. Okay, this is what, 9 days after I pled guilty on the other thing. Seeing the pattern here, people? 818, Assistant State's Attorney Ellison, representation. The minor is enrolled in the Lincoln's Challenge Program. Calls allotted for review. All right, this is another thing.
Save Humanity. Do you know what video that was in? Oh, God. That's so gross. I feel like you're not trolling me, you know what I mean? I feel like you're totally being honest, and that's disgusting. I didn't even want to pin that comment. That's fucking sick.
Lincoln's Challenge Program is a program with other kids, other juveniles. But right here, let me show you this, okay? This was part of my sentencing on something here. Where'd it go? Where did I just read that? I'll just read that. Here it is. Okay, so right here. Oh, I keep forgetting about that camera view. Okay, so right here.
Save Humanity. I made you a mod so you can drop the link if you see it. Make it easier for you.
All right. States and this 818. Okay. Representation. The minor is enrolled in the Lincoln's Challenge Program. Calls allotted for review. Review set for 1/18 of 2001. This was in 8/18 of 2000. Okay. Lincoln's Challenge Program was out of Rantoul, Illinois. All right. They had some other locations. Do your Google. Okay. Lincoln's Challenge Program 2001. All right. I don't know if they're still at the old what was that Air Force base, Mom, called? Chanute. Okay, so they took over the old Chanute Air Force Base in Rantoul, Illinois. All right. If I was a danger, why would the court? Okay, so here's what happened here on this. Okay, where did it go again? Right here, I think. All right. So all that's happened, okay, on that offender list blah, 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 blah. If I was a threat, why would they enroll me? This was a court document. Okay. The judge, she couldn't technically order me to go to the program because if I remembered right, they did not take court ordered people. So she didn't make it an official order, but there in the courtroom, she told me that that I had the option to voluntarily go into this program, or I could take whatever the other option was, whatever that was. All right. Well, of course I went with that. So they put it in here. Minor is enrolled in the Lincoln Challenge program, cause allotted for review, set for 1/18/2001. So if I was really a danger, if they found me to be a danger, a risk, why would they put me with other kids? I don't know. Just saying. Just little food for thought. Just, I don't know. Cause realign review.
Such a gross.
So then, anyway, the next page is.
Hold on, let me back that up. That's a certificate of conditions. On the 19th day of June 2000, probation. For a period of 18 months, commencing 3/24/2000. Appear on August 23rd at 9 a.m., courtroom 6B. Doesn't say too much else.
June 19th, 2000. Something about 3/24/2000. I don't know. So then, anyway, the next page is an extension of this page, and you can see where like right here.
I know my
undergo the following: substance abuse evaluation counseling, which I knew nothing about drugs. Oh my goodness. Mental health evaluation.
Hold on. Wait a minute. He had a drug charge, right? Remember, because he tried to kill himself. He got drunk off the Windex and fell out of the interview room chair, and then a meth pipe fell out. And then he
counseling.
Put it in his pocket because he thought, oh, that's cool. And then the police came in and searched him. And then he got charged with drugs.
My dad was trying to say I was a violent person and I was mentally challenged and a lot of he was scared of me, so on. So, well, of course he was scared of me because I started standing up to all his abuse.
Thank you, Save Humanity. Appreciate you.
Used. Psychiatric evaluation checked. Other 15 days confinement subject to review on something or other, blah, blah, blah. So the criminal sexual abuse was considered felonies. Now, let me show you this. Now, this is the original paperwork. Now, I don't have to show you all this, okay? Listen to me. I don't have to show you all this, all right? But I'm going to show you where they charged me with 2 counts initially, okay? And then it was pled down to 1 count. If I'd have known better, I could have fought this and there would have been no counts, okay? But for however it worked out, they dropped one of the counts, okay? And they charged me 2 counts because of 2 separate times of the fondling, the experimentation, whatever going on. Now, I want to repeat though, am I saying that what we did is right? Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. No, wrong. Would I ever do it again? Of course not. Okay. But should I have known better at that age?
Do you notice how he says what we did was wrong? He never says what I did was wrong. But then he'll say, of course I, but he'll never say what I did was wrong. He always says what we did was wrong.
I don't know. I guess that's for you to judge. So here's this, okay? Oh, I did it again with that camera.
I'm kind of
So
Stop
here's
looking
this
at
page. Y'all can just
Bro.
read whatever. Okay. So whatever you read online, okay, you're going to read all kinds of different stuff that online that makes it sound like I'm this horrible, violent offender. But listen, pay attention to this: aggravated criminal sexual abuse. But you're going to read online.
Okay. He said, this is. So what you read online is, hold on, I got it right here. He got charged with indecency with child sexual contact. I feel like aggravated criminal sexual abuse, which is a class 2 felony, is a lot worse. So I feel like you got off easy because it looks like there were 2 of those felonies you were charged with. Committed an act of sexual okay. In that between December 98 and December 99, in said county and state, said minor committed the offense of aggravated criminal sexual abuse, class 2 felony. In violation of 720 ILCS 512-16B, formerly CB28, section 12-16B, as amended, in that said minor, the brother of Anna F. Dunker committed an act of sexual conduct with Anna, who was under 18 years of age when the act was committed, in that the minor knowingly fondled her privates for the purpose of the sexual arousal of the minor, meaning Brian. In that between December 98 and 99, in said county and state, said something committed the offense of aggravated criminal sexual abuse. Same shit already read. Said minor. Let's see if he moves.
Things that make it sound like I straight up.
The brother of Anna committed an act of sexual conduct with Anna, who was under 18 when the act was committed, and that the minor knowingly placed his penis on.
Raped my sister. Aggravated criminal sexual abuse. Okay. And that between December 1998 and December 1999 in said county, minor committed the offense.
It says on that paper right there, yeah, he is on the, it says on that paper at the very bottom that he placed his you-know-what on her you-know-what. So that's what that paper says. So that's one of the things that I wanted to show. I feel a little nauseous. There's another paper that clearly, I'm going to skip forward.
See here. Okay. Let me show you this paper. I don't know how clear it's going to be, but I'm going to show it to you because these documents are owed. They're very owed. Yeah. Well, these particular copies are what, 13, 14 years old. I don't now actually at that time, I don't think they had all this stuff filed in computers yet. So these copies would have been copies of the originals, okay, that was filed and stored away in file cabinets, not on hard disks. So now that I've showed you that, let me read this stuff. Okay, so aggravated assault and criminal damage to property, okay? In that honor about November 1st, 1999. All right, so this is, and I was 1999. Oh, 1999. Okay, so this was before I was charged with the other. All right, because you see, I was charged with the other in 2000. So this is so in the history here. Okay, pay attention. Make notes if you want. I don't care. Whatever it takes, get your eyes open. Okay. And all that on or about November 1st, 1999, Minor committed the offense of aggravated assault. Misdemeanor in violation, blah, blah, blah. In that said, minor is committing an assault in violation of section, blah, blah, blah. The Illinois compiled statutes, formerly Illinois revised statute chapter, blah, blah, blah. Through a television at Steve Dunker, thereby placing Steve Dunker in reasonable apprehension of receiving a battery. Why you think?
So here's the deal. He got aggravated assault as a juvenile, 16, give or take. Don't quote me. This was well before. So his claim is that when he started standing up to his father, yeah, agreed. His father turned him in. His father said, I promise, I'm only going to tell your mom. His words are that I started standing up to my father. Now, he's reading this incident. He threw multiple TVs, multiple VCRs, several other household items at his father. And remember, in 1999, TVs were fucking heavy. They aren't the light flat screens of today. Those were good. You know, a little 20-inch color TV probably weighed 20 pounds, maybe more. So remember that. VCRs, those are fucking heavy, okay? A good 10-pound VCR. He's chucking these things. Now, you mean to tell me if his dad only was hanging on to this knowledge in his pocket, only turned him in, why didn't he turn him in when he was dealing with this whole thing? Because this was months or at least a year before. It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. Except that, again, he's full of shit. So let me skip this forward. Hopefully I will find the last thing I'm looking for, and then I will wrap it up. There's possession of firearm after a felony. And he was convicted. Like I said, this live right here has a lot of good paperwork in it. I love how he fucking spins this shit, though. It's such trash. Of course I don't see it. He shows this letter that he supposedly got. It's in some fucking weird-ass calligraphy font, you know. Instead of statutes, it says the word statues. That's total fucking trash. But he tries to pass it off as if he got... I don't see it. I spent so much of today being angry. I haven't heard a word from him that I believed in his inability to take any accountability. He's playing victim, but he's guilty. Abso-fucking-lutely. All right, so I think that's where we'll wrap it up with today. Yeah, as you can see, the problem, again, yes, the problem is him not taking accountability first and foremost. He absolutely needs to take accountability for the shit he's up to. Again, you never hear him say, I did something wrong. You hear him say, we did something wrong. And we did learn that his sister, the older one, I'll probably fuck up the name again, did get charged, but it got expunged. He has a very long criminal history. He said aggravated assault as a juvenile. That was before the indecency. He actually got a much better deal because those 2 felony charges, the class 2 felonies, those were serious, but they dropped it down, looks like, to indecency with a child. He got, after he turned 18, then he started getting into much more trouble. Failure to register. Damn, now I can't remember all the rest of it. Very last, he got violation of a protective order, which is from his ex-wife. The one he called the narcissistic one. The one he's got the fucking Facebook page about. Now he's finding a reason to infiltrate other groups to keep his grift going, that he has a narcissistic ex-wife. She's abusive. You see the son. Oh, for sure. Yeah, it was just from last week. He showed up at the rally and everybody jumped his ass. That's where I met Lori. That's where I met this fucking freak. So it's been crazy. But the main problem is the Oklahoma statute or statutes, not statues, Brian, that allow out-of-state sex offenders to not have to register. That's, I think, what definitely we need to look into and change. Something's not right. And like the other story that I showed you, where that guy annihilated the entire family because he didn't meet the criteria. Well, then probably the criteria is definitely the problem. So it's something for us to look at, put our attention to, hopefully. People like this, they will never change. They will never fucking change. 24 years later, he's still blaming his sisters, even though he did the assault on them. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. All right. Y'all have a good day. Yes, he does. That's going to be my mission. Hopefully we can get something accomplished. Yeah. Oklahoma definitely. Why? Just the clip alone that I have of him saying, I live in Oklahoma because they don't make me register. I can't go back home. I can only live in Oklahoma. That is a beacon to the state of Oklahoma. If you are a sexual offender, move to Oklahoma because we don't make you register. That's fucking scary. Same. All right. Love you all. Bye, Karen. I will see you all later. Thanks for hanging out with me.